Ms. Murphy, Mr. Long.
Good morning, Judge. It's Tony Long for the state. It's the state's understanding that defense is going to object to, I guess, the usage of the defendant's last search, Google search from his phone. That search is essentially how to dispose of a body, and we have not seen a motion or anything, but it's the state's understanding that there is an objection to that.
Is that correct, counsel?
Yeah, Judge, we're just objecting based on, well, believe that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial.
Well, hang on, back up. When was the dump and the information relayed or disclosed to defense?
Years ago.
Years ago, Judge. This has been a common known item of evidence that the state clearly has always planned to use.
Counsel, when...
I just want to know my objection for the record, Judge.
I want to know why we're doing it now instead of as a motion in limine or something else earlier. Motions in limine under the scheduling order were, you know, our deadline for those is all come and gone.
Understood, Judge. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer. I mean, an answer for that. I do want to know my objection to that, because that search term, how to search for how to dispose of a body, and I believe this. It's just that the probative value of that search term is outweighed by the prejudicial value, and I understand, you know, dealing with 402 and 403, 11402 and 403, but I just believe that the search term is more prejudicial. I understand the state is arguing that it could be related to this particular situation. Was somewhat contemporaneous, but I believe that it's still more prejudicial, and there's nothing linking that search term to this particular case.
You actually touched on the question I have for the state. Mr. Long, when in time was the search made?
That's a great question, Your Honor, and essentially we know that this search was done at about, and I may be off by a few minutes, and I apologize for that, but at approximately, I think, 1:35 p.m. We know that minutes prior to that, Grace Jennings, our victim, had expired. We know that about 10 minutes after that, I think it's probably closer to 7 or 8, it was at that point that the defendant actually walked to the nearby cell phone store and actually called his mother, told her a little bit of what had transpired, and then she called 911. So it is clearly contemporaneous with everything else that is occurring. It is clearly relevant under 403, and it is actually the final. It is the last search item on his phone. So I mean, other than the phone call to his mother, it is the second to last action on his cell phone.
Any other argument on the motion to exclude?
I don't think it relates to the, I mean, possibly if there's a tampering or something after the fact, but I don't believe that it is relevant to any argument of first-degree murder or any murder. Really,
he's charged as an accessory.
Understood.
So
yeah.
This is accessory liability. So,
but then after the fact, he could have been panicked, or he could have seen something in regards to the body for him to search that. But this didn't happen before; happened after. So I think it would be more relevant to tampering than even accomplice or aiding and abetting theory.
the court denies the motion, finds that it is relevant, and comes in under 401 and under 403.
Thanks for letting me make my record.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there anything else we need to discuss this morning before we start with swearing in our jury and openings?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else for the defense?
Not from defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. The jury's assembling. You saw the bailiff leave. He's going to collect them, and he'll send us a note when they're all here. The court has allowed, and we had this conversation before, a camera in the courtroom. This is the pool camera for any of the broadcast media that wants access to the hearings. They have to be provided live access. Also have allowed, and I saw print media, you moved the print media here, and also is allowed to use her, using a tablet or a laptop? And yes?
Yes.
Okay, and she's allowed also to take photos and stream those from the courtroom. Are there any other members of the press here? We had a couple of other inquiries, one from, I don't know who the parent company is, but KRQE, and yes, sir. And you should have access to the broadcast if you have your, okay. If you don't have a copy of it, we're using the same decorum order that was used back a year ago during the Baldwin trial. So if you have a copy of that, you know the rules. Any other issues related to the press being here? My instructions is you're not to film the jury coming and going, sir. Okay. And I don't know where we have microphones. I think there's a microphone up here. We don't have one on the bench. In case we have bench conferences, those won't be captured.
I just ask that the press not photograph the victim's family. None of them are witnesses. They'll be in the gallery at times. We just ask that they not be filmed.
Okay.
Yeah. And Judge, I've had an issue before with the media in an Albuquerque trial where I think notes, videotape, I just want the media to be admonished not to take any, film any notes or anything, any writing.
Any
on
of the notes on counsel table?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we'll get to any of this today, but if there's any images that we need to discuss as to how they're published and broadcast, we have control of what comes up over all of the monitors. So it is possible to place some images on some of the monitors and not all of them. Of course, counsel would have access to them, and then if the witness and the jury would have access to them. Whether or not they're published into the gallery is the question I want to discuss if we need to.
We won't be publishing any of the crime scene or autopsy photos today. That'll be tomorrow, so we can have that conversation. But
Okay.
at this point, I'm inclined to ask that they not be published into the gallery, but we can have that conversation later. The court wishes.
Well, we can have that conversation when we get there. I also have another hearing that I have to do that's time sensitive at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So the jury will be coming back a little bit later after our lunch break.
Understood, Judge.
Anything else?
Judge, since we're sort of dealing with logistics of evidence, the state does have its trial laptop there. It's my understanding that the vast majority, if not all, of the state's proposed evidence has already been moved onto that laptop, and that does include the redactions. We do have hard copies that the witnesses will be authenticating and then for the court record, but just to save the time from having the disk spin up and then moving that file over, we've already moved that over.
Okay, and you've got everything that's on there on a thumb drive of some type, or how will those be actually introduced?
I don't think we'll introduce them as individual exhibits on CDs or DVDs.
Okay. And just want to confirm every time something is discussed that counsel on both sides have seen whatever the exhibits are before we have those conversations or any objections or clarifications.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Murphy has been working, we've been working well together.
Okay. Anything else?
Not from the state, Judge.
Nothing from the state, thank you.
Not for defense or anything.
Go ahead, now's the time to ask.
Sorry, Your Honor. Last time the DA's office asked us not to photograph somebody, and I spoke to my editor about it. He gave me some suggested language that before the court makes a decision on that, I'd like the opportunity to confer with counsel. I understand the New Mexico Supreme Court specifically authorized the media to photograph and record court proceedings as outlined in Supreme Court Rule 23-107. I want to ensure the company's rights under this rule are upheld as well as by rights under the First Amendment.
Maybe
This came up, sorry, when in the Joseph Jones trial, when they asked us not to photograph the victim's wife, she demonstrated something with the DA's office in the well. My photographer's not here yet. He didn't hear that admonition about the victim's family, but generally everything that's going on in the courtroom, we already know that we can't photograph the jury, but I've been told to state this if I'm directed, if there's further prohibitions especially from others besides the judge, just requesting our behavior be a certain way.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yeah.
None of the victims or their family are witnesses in this case. They'll be observers. And under the Victims Crime Act and the New Mexico Constitution, they have a right to privacy and to be treated with dignity and respect. I understand Phaedra's concern in terms of if it was a witness offering testimony during the court proceedings proper, but we're talking about either in the hallway or when they're seated in the gallery.
If I may, Your Honor, I don't necessarily know who is who either, so it's sort of an edict without full information for us.
If you have a concern, Ms. Murphy, if something occurs, bring it to the attention of the court.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to step off the bench. We'll get the jury brought into the courtroom and seated, and then we'll come back in and I'll swear them in and we'll get started. We're in recess and off the record. started. Let's go on the record and begin. This is First Judicial District Court, Division 7, sitting in for Santa Fe County. We convened this morning in criminal cause D101CR 2023-25, the state of New Mexico versus Isaac Apodaca. Appearances for the record, please, and are the parties ready to proceed?
Good morning, Your Honor. Haley Murphy, Tony Long, and Sergeant Javier V. Hill, all at council table for the state of New Mexico. Parties are ready to proceed.
And good morning, Your Honor. Jay Nair, Marcus Cameron, Isaac Apodaca, and David Meek on behalf of the defense.
You ready to proceed, counsel?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just give you a little information real quick, and then we'll start with the formal instructions. We'll begin this morning with the court instructions as to the law that governs the case. As we begin, there's some opening instructions for you. Then the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their opening statements to you, and then we'll begin the presentation of evidence in the state's case in chief. Again, the court complies with the Americans with Disabilities Act, so if there's any accommodation you need to be able to fully participate, please just let the bailiff know. If you're having any difficulty hearing us, let us know. This courtroom is set up with a system. We can give you a headset that's tied into the PA system if you're having any difficulty. If there's anything else you need, again, if you need to stand, let the bailiff know. He might move you to the end and let you stand if sitting for long periods of time is difficult for you. If you need to take a break, again, just catch the bailiff or myself's attention and we'll take a break. Normally, we'll go for about an hour and a half, take our morning recess, and then break for our noon recess, and that'll be a longer break. So even though I just asked you to have a seat, I'm going to ask you to rise again, and I'm going to place you all under oath. Ladies and gentlemen, do you swear or affirm that you will arrive at a verdict according to the evidence and the laws contained in the instructions of the court? Thank you. Were there any no responses to the oath? And I see none. Were there any abstentions to the oath? And I see none. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Good morning again. My name is Judge Glenn Ellington. My bailiff, Angel, will be with you throughout the trial. If there's anything you need, as I mentioned, please get his attention. Recording the proceedings is my court monitor. This is also, her name is also Angel. I don't know if I mentioned that. I have angels on both sides of me this morning. But if there's anything you need, please catch one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, everything that we do during the course of the trial is recorded, and so there may be times when the attorneys and I need to meet at the bench and have conversations. You'll hear white noise in the courtroom as to what's going on, just so that you know what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a criminal case commenced by the state against the defendant, Mr. Isaac Apodaca. The defendant is charged with 2 criminal offenses. Count number 1 in this criminal information is first-degree murder, willful and deliberate as an accessory. It is alleged that on or about the October the 29th of 2022, that he did kill Grace Jennings with deliberate intent to take away the life of another human being. Count number 2, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate. It is alleged that on or about October the 29th of 2022, the above-named defendant did by words, acts, agree with another person to commit the offense of first-degree murder. Mr. Apodaca has pled not guilty to these charges, and he is presumed innocent. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. And what I say now to you is an introduction to the trial of this case. Ladies and gentlemen, as the trial begins, I have some instructions for you. These instructions, along with those previously given, are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of the trial. All of you must pay attention to the evidence. Once you have heard all of the evidence, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of all instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding the case. The first topic is the schedule of the trial. As you know, we are scheduled for trial today, tomorrow, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday, and potentially into Wednesday of next week. We'll work regular business hours. I'll probably have you be here by 8:30 every morning, and we try and finish by 5 o'clock at the end of the day. There may be days when we either go a little bit past 5 or stop a little bit early. Normally, if we're at the end of a witness's testimony and it's late in the day, we may not start another witness to then have to bring them back the following morning to continue with that witness. At times, we'll take breaks and I'll release you back to the jury room. Please do not come back into the courtroom unless you're brought back in by the bailiff. At times, while you're in the back, I'm speaking with the attorneys here and we're addressing issues to kind of organize the case that are not really part of the evidence that's being presented to you. The next topic on the instructions is note-taking. You are allowed but not required to take notes during the trial. Note paper will be provided for this purpose, and I saw a number of you already have those with you. If you need either a pen or paper, please let the bailiff know. Notes should not take place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please remember the importance of paying close attention to the trial. Listening and watching the witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever bears on their credibility. At each recess, please take your notes with you. At the end of the day, the bailiff will store all of your notes and return them to you when the trial resumes. So you need to mark your notes some way so that the bailiff knows whose notes are returned to each individual juror. When deliberations commence, you will take your notes with you to the jury room. At the end of the case, all notes will be collected and destroyed. The next topic is the order of trial. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Statements of the lawyers, however, are not in and of themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. We call those facts stipulations. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you the final instructions of law. The lawyers will then argue the case, and you will then retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide the evidence that you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do so solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of the lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objections against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the I will sustain an objection if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence which I tell you must be disregarded. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I have ruled cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in the light of all the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of the witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight that I feel you should give the testimony of the witness. The next topic is questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception, rather than the rule, that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notebook paper, give it to the bailiff before the witness leaves the stand. And let me stop here for a second and kind of highlight this. You will hear me ask the parties at the end of each witness's testimony if the witness is being released. If the parties agree to release the witness, once they walk through those double doors, they won't be recalled to testify. So if you have a question for a specific witness, make sure you get that question to the bailiff before the witness leaves the room. With respect to the questions you submit, I will decide whether or when your questions will be asked. The rules of evidence or other considerations apply to the questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that your question did not get an answer. The next topic is a series of instructions with respect to your conduct as jurors. There are a number of important rules governing your conduct as jurors during this trial. You must decide this case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. This is why we spent a considerable amount of time during jury selection last week to make sure that you didn't have information or that you could make a decision based on the testimony you received during the trial. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid all news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, in the newspaper, or other written publications. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case. You as the jurors must decide this case solely based on the evidence presented here within the four walls of this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about the case, the matters in this case, and the individuals or entities involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Similarly, until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss the case with anyone, even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I know many of you, probably all of us at this point in time, use cell phones, the internet, and other tools of technology. You must not talk to anyone about the case or use these tools to communicate electronically with anyone about the case. This includes your family and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case on your cell phone or any other device that can access the internet through email, text messaging, or on Twitter, we now call that X, through any blog or website, through any internet chat room, or by way of any other social media networking websites. And these are simply a few examples of literally hundreds, if not thousands, that are available. Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, Snapchat, TikTok, just a few examples. You may not communicate with anyone using any of these social networking websites. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such again as telephone, cell phone, computer, or any other device that can access the internet. The internet service, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, or by way of any other social media networking website. Again, examples: Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, X, Snapchat, TikTok. You must not communicate any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I have accepted your verdict. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or evidence with anyone, even with each other, because you have not heard all of the evidence, you have not been instructed on the law, and you have not heard all of the final arguments of the attorneys. If an exhibit is admitted into evidence, you should examine it for yourself and not talk about it with any other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibilities as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidenced in this case, please continue to wear your juror badges in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, please report that fact to a member of my staff at once. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or in the elevators, there is nothing wrong with saying good morning or good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, or witnesses do not greet you outside the courtroom or avoid riding in the elevators with you, they are not being rude. They are simply clarifying, observing this rule. And again, counsel, you're directed to advise your witnesses and others involved in the case not to approach the jury. Does either party wish to invoke the rule?
Yes, Your Honor, the state requests that the rule of exclusion be invoked.
The defense also agrees.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we attorneys talk in code. The rule is a rule of procedure. What it calls for during a trial is that each of the witnesses come in one at a time and don't listen to the testimony of the other jurors that are testifying before them. There's a few exceptions to the rule. Expert witnesses often are allowed to listen to the testimony of other expert witnesses. Is the state designating a case agent for this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, Sergeant Javier Vigil.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so again, Mr. Vigil will be allowed to be present to assist counsel at the counsel table, and he may also be called as a witness in the case. Is the defense designating anyone else other than counsel?
I hear my investigator, David Meek.
Okay, is he a witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, but he'll be assisting you at counsel table?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. You may remain, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the defendant is always allowed. He is the individual that's on trial in this case, and he's always present in the courtroom. At this time, the prosecuting attorney will now make an opening statement. Defense counsel will then have an opportunity to make his opening statement or may reserve until later in the trial to make its opening statement. What is said in opening is not evidence. The opening statement is simply the lawyer's opportunity to tell you what the lawyer expects the evidence to show. Who will open for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
Ms. Murphy, you may proceed and come up and get set up.
This podium does not turn, is that correct?
It does not turn, so you can turn the microphone and kind of work on an angle.
Good morning. With the dagger, bring it up, turn flat, south to north, and with the hilt, east to west. Then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. I'm just waiting for you to make the first move. I'm just saying, swing and don't regret the aim. I'm not playing games. I'm wanting to see you do this. I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. These are just some of the texts and messages that Isaac Apodaca sent his girlfriend, Kiara McCauley, over a multi-hour period from October 28th of 2022 through the next day about a plot to murder Grace Jennings. Grace didn't know that the person that she trusted, Isaac Apodaca, to house her, her cats, and her belongings for a night was helping plan her murder. By 1:30 in the afternoon on October 29th, just 14 hours after she had arrived at the garage residence occupied by Kiara and Isaac, Grace was dead. She was brutally stabbed and sliced using a sword. She had piercing injuries throughout her body, both ones that caused her death and ones that occurred after her death. 19-year-old Kiara McCauley is the one that swung that sword and stabbed Grace. But Isaac Apodaca helped, and he encouraged Kiara every single step of the way until Kiara took Grace's life. This trial is not about whether it was Kiara or whether it was Isaac that killed Grace Jennings. It is about all of the effort that Isaac Apodaca undertook to make it happen. This case is about Isaac's relationship with Kiara and the toxic dynamics that he used to punish, push, cajole Kiara to do his bidding. This case is about manipulation that was longstanding and coercive control. The evidence in this case will show that Isaac is the architect of Grace's murder. So by way of background, Kiara, Isaac, and Grace all knew each other. Kiara and Grace had grown up around one another, and according to Kiara, they dated as young teens. It was a volatile dynamic by the end, and Grace and Kiara weren't really supposed to be around each other. Grace was not allowed at Kiara's house, and they were not friendly with one another. Isaac asserts that he and Grace later dated after they met on Snapchat, a social media platform, and according to Isaac, they subsequently broke up, but they remained friendly. One day at the Santa Fe Place Mall, Kiara ran into Grace and Isaac, and that's how she met. Kiara met Isaac. And subsequently, she and Isaac started dating, and they remained more or less together despite fights that went both ways and dramatic breakups and reunifications. As Kiara's time in her multi-year relationship with Isaac went on, you will learn that Kiara grew to believe the increasingly bizarre stories that Isaac would tell her, including that he, Isaac, had seen video footage of Kiara being gang raped and Grace accepting money for it. This allegedly occurred when Grace and Kiara were both teens. Now, Kiara has always been odd, and the evidence may reflect that she's pretty gullible. And this increased as time went on, with Isaac and their power dynamic shifting and evolving into one where she would continuously make choices contrary to her health and to her safety. Choices that were not rational, choices that are against her self-interest, choices that an average person would choose not to make. For example, you will hear evidence that 6 months prior to the murder in April of 2022, Isaac beat up Kiara, breaking her thumb after hulking out. And Kiara cooperated with the police in a case, but later backed off and chose not to do so. When Isaac suggested that Kiara prostitute herself, she did so, with Isaac keeping the money. She even went back to sex work at his behest after Kiara, was raped by a John that had hired her. This evidence will be offered for a very limited purpose, and it will be offered to show Isaac's knowledge that he could manipulate Kiara, his intent to manipulate her on the day of the murder, and for the coercive dynamic between the two of them. You will see that when Kiara was told that Isaac was part of a secret vigilante organization called Ghost that was created for the purpose of killing sex traffickers, she believed Isaac, that he had started this secret vigilante organization. She believed him when he told her that if Kiara, killed Grace, who was on a kill list chosen specifically for Kiara, that she would move up the ranks and have perks in the black market. That's a statement from one of the messages between Isaac and Kiara. That statement was made during the night of the plot of Grace's murder. There will be no evidence in this case that Ghost is a real group or that Isaac was in fact a secret vigilante killer with access to a barn for killing people, but she believed him when he told her so. Kiara begins to believe Isaac when he convinces her that she has multiple personalities or dissociative identity disorder, helping her to name the different personalities and playing into their existence. So at this point, you may be sitting there thinking, wow, those are some bold claims. Where on earth is all of that evidence going to come from? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be from a variety of sources. It'll be in the form of civilian testimony, who will take the stand and take the same oath as every other category of witness, forensic expert witnesses, such as fingerprints and DNA analysts, and a pathologist who performed Grace's autopsy. It'll be in the form of law enforcement testimony. It'll be in the form of data points from cell phones and Facebook search warrants. It'll be in the form of testimony from Kiara and a forensic psychiatrist named Dr. Michael Wellner. So now that you have some background, maybe it's a good time for me to go ahead and kind of put all this upcoming evidence into a roadmap and a timeline for you. I'll try to generally refer to the witnesses more or less in the order that they'll appear in the trial, starting later this morning. So as to the timeline that the evidence will establish, October 28th of 2022, Grace Jennings needed a place to stay, and she reached out via Instagram, another social media platform, to Isaac Apodaca, who agreed to let her come over. Now, despite knowing that Kiara hated Grace and that Kiara did not want Grace there, he allowed it. Grace arrived at 5941 Jaguar Drive, the house owned by Kiara's mom, Lanny McCauley, around 11:30 p.m. Lanny remained in her house, which is the main part of the property, the main house is what we'll call it during the trial. She didn't have any idea that Grace was on the property. And the plan between Isaac and Kiara initially that night was for him to then bring Grace to a nearby park where Kiara was dressed up in scary clothes and carrying her sword. We know these things, again, because of the messages between Kiara and Isaac. But he did not, in fact, bring Grace to the park. They instead went to the single-room detached garage in the back part of the property, where Kiara and Isaac mostly stayed. Eventually, Kiara left the park, and she entered the garage. Everyone was present. Everything was relatively calm. And after a while, Isaac left. He went to the main house. Kiara and Grace talked. He returned. And for the rest of the night and the morning, Isaac and Kiara messaged each other with very few breaks, each using their own cell phones. And some of it's innocuous emojis and stickers and cartoons, but much of it centers on killing Grace. At times, Kiara actively participates. She asks Isaac to be the one to kill Grace. They message about how they will clean up afterward using hydrogen peroxide or what they'll throw away or put in the laundry. They discuss using the dagger versus the sword. But Isaac, when asked to do it, will deflect. But he repeatedly encourages her to commit the murder throughout. You'll see that they often use their pet names for each other. Kiara was Puggle. Isaac was called Otter. Throughout the night, all three of them lay in the same bed to sleep, with Isaac across the foot of the bed. You'll see a picture of that from the messages. In the early to mid-morning, they concoct a plan, Kiara and Isaac, while Grace is sleeping, presumably, that Isaac calls Operation Fake Kickout, where he tells Grace that they both have to leave. This was not a real kickout. Operation Fake Kickout is commencing. He is setting up the opportunity for Kiara to kill Grace. So as that's about to commence, Isaac sends the final psychological blow of a message to Kiara to push Kiara to kill Grace. He again tells Kiara that Grace has previously confessed to it being the delusional gang rape that he's claimed that Grace facilitated years prior. These final messages are sent at 1:27 in the afternoon. At this point, Kiara has summoned enough rage. Isaac knows that he plans to use the sword that is present in the garage, and he goes into the house briefly, stopping to help Lanny McCauley put a rug in the washing machine and to urinate. When he returns, Kiara has the sword. Grace is dead or dying on the bed. He tells Kiara to go shower. She does. So Kiara goes into the main house to shower, saying hello to her mom. She removes the clothes that she'd been wearing during the murder and puts them in the laundry hamper. After showering and changing, she goes back to the garage. She finds Grace's body in a different position than she left it, and Isaac is gone. She didn't know that after Googling how to dispose of a body, that Isaac had instead left. He called his mom, Linda Montoya, and went to AP Wireless, a cell phone store down the street. Linda called 911 at 1:46 p.m., triggering a police response. You will hear portions of that 911 call as the first bit of evidence this morning. Within about 6 minutes of Linda calling 911, at about 1:52 in the afternoon, the initial responding officers arrive. Santa Fe Police Department officers Francisco Alvarado, Alejandro Arroyo, and Manuel Romero are arriving at the house and approaching the property regarding the reports of a stabbing homicide. You'll see as Alvarado approaches the side fence, he sees Kiara go from the garage back to the main house, and he yells, "Contact, contact," meaning that he sees a person. He follows. She shuts the door into the main house. Alvarado notices blood on that back door and begins to kick it in. Lanny and Kiara exit the residence, and they are detained. Now, a brief period of confusion kind of sets in about whether police had even responded to the right place. Could this have been a prank? Because everything is so calm. That's when Alejandro Arroyo confirms the address and finds out that the body is allegedly in the garage. He uses Lanny's keys to open the garage door and sees Grace's body. She is visibly dead. She's on the floor directly in front of the door, slumped against the edge of the mattress. Emergency medical responders arrive and they confirm her death using EKG leads. So while those three officers, Arroyo, Alvarado, and Romero, secure that scene, Santa Fe Police Department officers Cesar Ornales and Derek Arn are responding to AP Wireless. There, they detain Isaac Apodaca. They Mirandize him. They tell him he has the right to remain silent. Anything he says can be used against him. Anyone who's watched a Law and Order episode or two knows their Miranda rights. He gets a statement from Isaac, and then he and his colleague take steps to secure the cell phone that Isaac has in his hand and on his person. Shortly thereafter, Violent Crimes Unit Detective, who's now a sergeant, Javier Vigil, is assigned the case, as there has obviously been a homicide that necessitates an investigating detective. He first goes to the house on Jaguar. He gets briefed, looks around, and then leaves to go to the station to interview Isaac and Kiara, who have been transported there. During all of this, search warrants are initiated and the scene is secured and set up to be processed. And when I say scene, I mostly mean the garage, the place where Grace died. Now, I've mentioned the physical or the digital evidence, the messages in the case, but as I've kind of hinted, the digital evidence won't stand alone. It's corroborated by a lot of the physical evidence that you'll hear about next. The scene is processed, it's the word for searched, by crime scene technician Maria Tenna. She is a trained member of law enforcement who collects and photographs evidence. Excuse me. She will help us answer the question of what happened in that garage. Through Officer Tenna, you will see pictures of the garage both before and after Grace's body is removed for autopsy. You will see that the garage is small, with much of the room taken up by a mattress and a couple small pieces of furniture. And that other than the items that have evidentiary value, the garage is full of trash, urine bottles, multiple cats, and several bags and boxes of Grace's belongings that she had brought with her. Officer Tenna photographs the scene as different items of evidentiary value are kind of removed, and the scene is processed almost kind of layer by layer. Of the items that she collects, which there were many, some of the most important are the large, bloody, double-handed broadsword. Has a 36-inch blade and is the murder weapon in this case. She collects Grace's cell phone, some bloody bedding that demonstrates that the murder seems to have mostly taken place on top of the bed. She collects Kiara McCauley's cell phone, which was located under Grace's body on the floor in the blood. A dagger that was not used in the murder itself, but was one of the items that Isaac and Kiara contemplated using. Isaac at one point urging Kiara to use the dagger because it's blunt and would cut better. Officer Tenna's testimony will, in essence, show us how those messages that were sent between Isaac and Kiara foreshadowed what actually then took place in the crime scene. Now, what is not present in this case is evidence of the use of hard drugs. There's no meth, no crack, no PCP or bath salts, or any paraphernalia associated with the use of hard drugs. The evidence will be that the only substances present on scene was alcohol and marijuana, and that neither of those appears to have been heavily used, if used at all. Also know that there will be no evidence in this case of sexual activity between Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. This is not some sort of polyamorous love triangle. There's no evidence of a threesome that night. When we say people were in the bed, we mean for purposes of texting and sleeping. I want to talk to you now about the three forensic experts that you will hear from regarding Grace's body and the sword. Dr. Emily Helmrich is a forensic pathologist at the Office of the Medical Investigator. She conducted Grace's autopsy and will testify about the many injuries to Grace's body, including the injuries that pierced vital organs, such as her liver and lungs, injuries that left Grace nearly decapitated. She will put in context whether which injuries were fatal, which injuries occurred close to or even after death. And unsurprisingly, the evidence will be that Grace died of sharp force injuries and that the manner of death is a homicide. Two individuals from the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory will testify. One is Jeffrey Smith, who conducted the fingerprint, also called latent analysis, determining that the only resolvable latents or finger palm prints resolved from the sword are consistent with being from Chiara. DNA analyst Rosalind Archuleta is the one who conducted the DNA testing on multiple items, including Chiara's clothing, the sword, swabs obtained from the scene, and other pieces of evidence. She will testify in essence that the blood on the sword is Grace's, and that the primary profile that can be resolved from the sword is Chiara's. Again, this is not surprising, as Chiara is the primary person that handled that sword, and she cut her hands during the murder, leaving some of her own DNA behind. Sergeant Vigil is our third to last witness. You heard us refer to him as the case agent. He is the one who worked this case from start until today. He's the one who evidence flows to and through in putting the whole picture together. As I stated, he interviewed Isaac Apodaca and Chiara McCauley at the police station while the crime scene was being processed. He interviewed Isaac first. Isaac was again Mirandized. You will see the Miranda waiver form, waiving his rights and agreeing to speak to Sergeant Vigil. He begins the interview, Isaac, by telling a lengthy series of stories about how Chiara was being violent and creepy and using a butterfly knife that was never recovered, and that she basically did all of the murdering by herself on her own free will. After a long series of stories, Sergeant Vigil realizes the phones are involved, and he decides to go through Isaac's phone with him, and he obtains permission from Isaac to do so. And it's during the review of those messages that the case, as it relates to Isaac, breaks wide open. The evidence shows that Isaac wasn't just aware of the plan to murder Grace. He was actively participating in conversations about it for hours and hours. Isaac initially denies sending those messages, or then admits to portions but not others, but then he ultimately admits that he sent the messages. And he even acknowledges that he wanted Chiara to kill Grace. The interview will be yours to watch, and you can see for yourself how Isaac tangled himself up in multiple lies. Sergeant Vigil then interviewed Chiara. Now, Chiara is not in trial in this case, and therefore her interview is not going to be admissible evidence, so you won't see that play through. But you will hear her testify, and she will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied knowing what happened.
Let me approach. Come on up. You may continue, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So as I stated, Kiara will acknowledge that during her interview with Sergeant Vigil, she denied remembering or knowing exactly what had happened to Grace. So at this point in his very early investigation, Sergeant Vigil had overwhelming amounts of evidence. He had a lot of evidence that Grace was murdered, that Kiara had murdered Grace, and that Isaac had made statements implicating himself via those messages and other actions. But his investigation did not end with those interviews. In the months, days, weeks that followed, he secured search warrants for the devices that were collected, including ones that ended up not being relevant or even were blank. He interviewed Lanny McCauley, Linda Montoya. He reviewed test results, phone extractions, listened to recorded phone calls. He will review many and most of those data points with you during his testimony to show you how he was able to make the links between Isaac's Facebook accounts and Isaac's phone that he used to send the messages to Kiara. Even as late as 2025, Sergeant Vigil continued to work the case, working with experts to locate witnesses that could have some additional information or collateral information. Sergeant Vigil is the individual that will put everything sort of together and show how he's reconstructed things to lay out the process and the planning of the murder through Isaac's own digital communications. Finally, you'll hear from our last two witnesses that the state will call of the 1920, Kiara McCauley and Dr. Michael Wellner. Now, Kiara has pleaded guilty to aggravated second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And this may not reflect the full scope of the crime she committed. This is a bargain for exchange that allowed her to plead to a lesser charge in exchange for her testimony and cooperation. In other words, Kiara no longer enjoys the right to remain silent, and she no longer enjoys the right to freedom, nor will she for a long time. Her plea requires truthful cooperation, and she faces additional penalties and potential charges if she fails or refuses to testify truthfully. This means that Kiara will need to sit in court and detail the murder of Grace. She will need to be confronted with prior and consistent statements. She's been interviewed several times by law enforcement, even by Isaac's own attorneys. She will have to lay it all out there. We expect the evidence to show that Kiara has a very difficult time distinguishing between her very complicated feelings about Grace and the delusions that played into the long-standing and very public murder plot. She will acknowledge the messages using the sword and also acknowledge the confusion of finding out that Isaac had not, in fact, stayed behind to help clean up while she showered, like they'd discussed, but instead he'd fled the scene, called his mom, who then called 911. Kiara may come across as strange, unlikable, disturbed, profoundly broken. But she may also come across as someone who would do a lot of things for love. Our final witness will be Dr. Michael Wellner. We expect both him and Kiara to testify on Monday. He is a nationally renowned forensic psychiatrist who has published, researched, taught, and testified in the field of forensic psychiatry for 30 years. He has reviewed the evidence in this case, including background information of the parties, and he's even conducted some of his own interviews of civilian witnesses. And his testimony, ladies and gentlemen, will help answer the question of how someone can help, encourage, or even cause their partner to commit a violent murder. Because ultimately, that's what the evidence in this case is expected to show. The state of New Mexico expects that the evidence will show that Isaac Apodaca incited and instigated this murder. The evidence will demonstrate that it wasn't impulsive or a split-second decision, and it was a deliberate plan. And at the end of all of this evidence, we will ask you to return guilty verdicts for first-degree, willfully and deliberately committed murder under an aided and abetted or accomplice theory, as well as conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Does the defense wish to open at this time or reserve?
Defense will open, Your Honor. Thank
You may proceed, counsel. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a restful holiday week. Over the course of the next week, probably into Wednesday, as the judge has stated earlier, you're going to hear some testimony. You're going to see some evidence. What you are not going to see is any evidence that 29-year-old Isaac Sampson Apodaca seated over there is guilty of the crimes charged by the state of New Mexico. Now, you heard Ms. Murphy go in to a long opening statement, and it's just that. Opening statement is just a statement as to what the parties could show, what the evidence could show. And Ms. Murphy laundry listed all of her witnesses and what they could potentially say. But what you will learn, and what Ms. Murphy acknowledged, is that Ms. Kiara McCulley butchered Grace Jennings more than a dozen times. And then now they want to blame Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing of Grace Jennings with a 3-foot sword, 36 inches, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, a 36-inch sword more than a dozen times. And the state, and you're going to hear a lot of stuff about coercion and control and different things, that the state is going to wants you to believe that Isaac Apodaca coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley to stab Grace Jennings more than a dozen times, even post-mortem, after death. The level of provocation and rage that you will see that Kiara McCulley exhibited on that day is extraordinary. And yet they're going to try to argue that Isaac Apodaca somehow coerced and controlled her. And Kiara herself, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, is going to testify. And she got a deal. She got an agreement. Leniency in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, who had nothing to do with the stabbing. These are, serious allegations that the state is going to try and make you believe that the defendant, who himself was clearly gullible and manipulated, somehow coerced and controlled Kiara McCulley, who again bludgeoned Grace Jennings to death. You may ask, why are we here? We are here because of some messages. There were messages that the state is going to introduce. But that in and of itself does not point towards Isaac's responsibility in this case as an accomplice or aiding, abetting, or any theory. Those statements could have been, maybe not the best statements. So clearly he was being manipulated by somebody who, you will see through the evidence, had rage and was planning this situation. Nobody expected Kiara McCulley to do what she did on that particular day. Before I discuss the facts in more details, I want you to remind you of the standard. I'm not going to stand up here like a used car salesman and try to sell you on beyond a reasonable doubt, because this is a pretty straightforward case. And you will hear testimony about accomplice liability, aiding and abetting, and the burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But it is not required that the state prove beyond all reasonable doubt. And we're not going to argue here that aliens somehow landed on Earth and encouraged or intended for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime. All we're asking is that X could have happened instead of Y. The state is trying to argue that Isaac Apodaca was somehow an accomplice, an aiding and abetting. We're saying, no, he wasn't. Wasn't involved in this. You're going to hear a lot of contradictions from Kiara McCulley when she testifies. She even discussed how there was a sword that Isaac handled and somehow cut her. Yet you will see no DNA of Isaac's DNA on any of the swords, that he handled anything. He wasn't even in the room, as you will learn from testimony. Isaac was cooperative. Isaac went to a T-Mobile store. Mother had called 911. He was there at a T-Mobile store, cooperated with authorities. Kiara McCulley, on the other hand, you're going to hear, ran. She split because she knew she had committed a heinous crime. Isaac, on the other hand, was scared, cooperative, but understood that something serious had happened beyond his control in that house, and he was cooperative with police. Not the behavior of a killer. It's not the behavior of a killer to go to a T-Mobile store, cooperate with police after his mom had notified authorities, told his mom, and then it's not the behavior of a killer to do that. It is the behavior of a killer, Kira McCauley, who we're agreeing, state agrees, bludgeoned this individual, Grace Jennings, more than a dozen times to death again. It is reasonable to believe that Kira McCauley would run because she was the one who was guilty of murder. And she, in fact, did when authorities arrived. The state's going to try to argue that this was somehow premeditated, deliberate murder under a theory of accomplice liability. But the evidence will show you something else. The evidence should show that, again, Isaac Apodaca was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. Evidence will show that Isaac went to the main house, used a restroom. When he returned to the garage, he found Grace Jennings already deceased with severe injuries. Kira McCauley was standing there and told Isaac, "I did it." Isaac's first reaction was not to flee, not to hide, not to destroy evidence. His first reaction was to call his mother and tell her to call 911. Then again, he went to a nearby cell phone store and was cooperative with police. Does that sound like somebody who is guilty of willful, deliberate, and premeditated first-degree murder? Go to a cell phone store, have his mom call 911, and then cooperate with authorities? Again, that's not the behavior of a killer. Again, and the state will try to argue that there were text messages. And Kiara, as you will hear, will say all kinds of different stories. And we'll have witnesses here who will say that Kiara had been planning this, and Isaac had no knowledge, no idea what was going on. And again, this is I don't want to say it's a simple case, it's a very serious case, but you really have to kind of hone in on whether Isaac had any willful, deliberate, or premeditated intent to commit first-degree murder here. And that did not happen. Murder. When asked if she killed Grace Jennings, Kira had stated, "I'm not sure." Then she had told Isaac, "I did it." And then you'll hear numerous contradictions throughout the testimony. And also, you'll hear DNA testimony. You'll find out that there's no DNA of Isaac's, although Kiara argues that Isaac was handling the sword and somehow cut her. So pay attention to the evidence very carefully. Actually, some of our theories overlap, our arguments, I should say, overlap with the state. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCauley was involved in this. State's acknowledging that Kiara McCauley got an agreement in exchange for testifying against Isaac Apodaca, wouldn't you? If you're going to be spending much of the rest of your life in jail?
Objection, Your Honor.
Counsel. Counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, our job here is to show what the evidence will show. It's opening statement, what we believe the evidence will show. And then in closing, we'll wrap up and discuss what the evidence, in fact, did show. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will show that Isaac was not present when Grace Jennings was killed. The evidence will show that Kiara McCauley confessed to him, "I did it." The evidence will show that Isaac immediately called for help. The evidence will show that Kiara McCauley had violent fantasies, claimed mental illness, admitted holding a weapon, and trying to stab Grace Jennings, and could not even confirm to police whether she had killed Grace. At the end of the trial, after you've heard all the evidence and considered it carefully, we will ask that you return a verdict of not guilty. the state will not have proven their burden. They will not have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac Apodaca had committed first-degree murder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with the state's case in chief, what we call the proofs. Is everyone all right in the jury box? Probably go for another half hour, 45 minutes or so, and then we'll take our morning break. Counsel, who's your first witness?
Your Honor, before we call our first witness, we would ask to approach about an issue.
Come on up. Mr. Long, who are you calling as the first witness?
The state calls Chris Flores.
Have him come in. Sir, if you'd come all the way up here to where the bailiff is standing. Sir, if you face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Have you ever testified in front of a jury before?
Yes.
Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Make sure you understand the questions that are being asked of you. If you don't, say something.
Okay.
And the attorneys will clarify. If you'd begin by stating your name for our record and spelling your last name for us, please.
My name is Christopher Flores. It's Flores.
Mr. Long,
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Flores.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a dispatcher at the Regional Emergency Communication Center in Santa Fe. I've been there for 14 years and the last 4 as a supervisor.
And does your agency, and is it okay if the Regional Emergency Communication Center?
Yes.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, I know.
Is it okay if I refer to that as the RECC?
Of course.
Okay. And does your agency keep a recording of all emergency calls that come in or emergency calls that go out?
Yes.
All right. And is that recording made at the same time that the call comes in or that the call goes out?
Yes.
Does your agency keep a written record of all emergency calls that come in or go out?
Yes.
And is that written record made at the same time or near when the call comes in or goes out?
Yes.
As part of your job there, are you one of the individuals that is responsible for acting as a records custodian?
In a way, but it's not my full capacity job, no.
Okay, but it's part of what you do.
Correct.
Okay. And as custodian, are you able to pull recordings of the calls incoming and outgoing?
Yes.
And you said that you've testified before in court.
Yes, I have.
Right. Did you pull a recording, a 911 call that came in on October 29th, 2022 at about 1:46 p.m. for this case?
I have, yes.
Okay. And do you know if that call was from a person that identified herself as Linda Montoya?
That is correct.
And was that call about a possible incident at 5941 Jaguar Drive in Santa Fe?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes. Show counsel what you have. All right, go ahead.
And, sir, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1 and State's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And you recognize those.
Yes.
And without saying what they are, let the jury know how you recognize them. Is there anything on there that looks familiar to you?
Oh, my signature and the date.
Okay. And did you put your signature and the date on there after you listened to those calls?
Yes.
All right. And are those recordings a fair and accurate representation of the calls that came into your agency on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 1 and 2.
Question, is it a duplicate of the same call? Are there 2 separate calls or is it in pieces?
It is, and actually, at this point, let's talk about Exhibit 1. What is Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1 is the call from Linda Montoya.
All right, and then let's talk about Exhibit 2. What is Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 is the call from Isaac.
Does that answer the court's question?
Yes. Is there any objection to states 1 and 2?
No objection, Your Honor.
1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
All right, permission to publish?
You may.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Go ahead and get these back from me.
5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And Isaac, are you still there?
No, I left the property. It's very traumatic for me because
Okay.
I had witnessed. I was in the back seat of a friend's car back in 2000 in, I think it was 2012, no, 2013, and I watched somebody walk up to the car and they got killed, and then his wife.
Okay. Are you okay? Do you need somebody to be checked out by the ambulance or anything like that, or?
I'm really shaken up right now, so
Yeah, I just want to know if you want an ambulance to go check on you.
I don't know if I want somebody to check in on me. I'm trying to debate my option right now. At 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay, so she's still there?
Yes.
Can you tell me what her name is?
Kiara McCulley.
And do you know why this happened?
I do not know why this happened.
Okay. And do you know who the other person that was there was?
Yes.
Who was the other person there?
The other person was a friend of mine. Her name was Grace Jennings.
Okay. Has she had the sword for a long time?
She's only had the sword for about a week.
Okay. So where are you right now?
AP Wireless.
Okay.
I'm sitting inside AP Wireless. I'm staying far away because it is very traumatic for me. As I said,
understand.
I've witnessed.
So do you live at Jaguar too, or no?
I'm technically not supposed to be living at 5941 Jaguar, but it's only because I have no other place to stay.
Okay.
So I'm trying to. I honestly don't know what to do right now.
Okay, I just want you to keep talking to me, okay? Just so that way we can see if we can get you the best help and everybody else involved the best help that's possible, okay?
Okay. All right.
I'm still on the phone with you, okay?
I don't know how much longer.
Okay, are you not calling on your own phone?
What did you say?
Are you calling on your own phone?
Yes, my phone's like at 8%, but it'll last.
Like, okay,
I
so
was.
you're at Adams Hall Wireless, or you're like at the AT&T store?
It's AT Wireless with Boost Mobile. There's it's right across from Caesar Tapas.
Okay. I'm going to send some people to check on you, okay? Just to make sure that you're okay.
Okay.
Will you stay right there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what you're wearing?
I'm wearing a black and gold shirt with denim pants.
Okay. Can you do me a favor and step outside the store so that way an officer can
Yeah.
speak with you?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know when you're outside.
Yes, I called.
And with the court's permission, now I will publish State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, that was stage 2, and the next one is 1,
Yes.
okay?
Yes, yes, there's something happened with my son. He had walked in and his girlfriend killed another girl. They live at 5941.
5941 what?
Jaguar Drive.
So you're saying that your son's girlfriend walked in and killed another girl?
No, my son walked in on his girlfriend killing another girl. That's what he's telling me right now on the other. And it's in the garage. He told me that he bought her a sword recently, and she used it on the girl. She's freaking out. She's traumatized. No, you leave everything alone.
What is your name?
My name is Linda Montoya.
I'm just going to tell you what
I'm
phone
not.
number you're calling from. I know you're not there, but what's the phone number you're calling from?
Call me on 505-316-4537.
Hold on.
Yeah. Yes. AP Wireless. He's going to sit over there.
Can you tell me what can you tell me what his girlfriend's
Hold
name
on.
is?
Say that again.
What's his girlfriend's name?
His girlfriend's name is Kara. And the girl that, Kara McCauley. But she's Grace retarded.
Okay, what's the other girl's name?
Grace, and I don't know her last name.
Okay, what's your son's name?
Isaac Apodaca.
What's Isaac's date of birth?
His date of birth is December 19th, 1996. He is sitting at AP Wireless because he had to be away from there. He was afraid of his life.
So he left?
So he's sitting at AP Wireless on Jaguar Drive.
What does your son look like?
He is 5'11", almost 5'11", 6 foot. He's husky. I don't know what he's wearing. He has short hair and long hair where it goes to the side.
What color
Light
is it?
skin. It's like an amber. So he's crying.
Okay.
He was on my other phone, the phone number I gave you. And I need to call him back to see how he's doing.
Okay, so you hung up with him?
He's still on the phone on my phone, my other phone.
He's on your other phone? Can you give us his number so we can call him and talk to him and see if he get as much information as we can?
Yes.
What's his number?
Hold on. Hold on. It's 505
Then call
372 8371.
505-372-8371?
Yes.
You said Isaac, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Isaac. Hold on. Isaac. The clock is going to call you. So you got to hang up, okay? All right. I love you, son. All right. Bye. Hello?
I'm here. Did you connect with him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to call him right now, okay?
Okay, he's like scared. He's crying. He's sick, and I can't have him in my house because I have COPD. He's traumatized and he's worried.
Is he known to use drugs or anything like that?
No drugs. He doesn't drink.
And this residence that he was at a minute ago, that's his home?
That's his home.
And he lives there with the girlfriend?
Yes.
Anyone else living with them?
Her mom lives in the main house. They live in the garage. They have animals. They have cats and dogs. Her mom lives in the main house. Her name is Lainey McCauley.
Just confirming the address is 5941 Jaguar Drive, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to keep you on the phone just in case we have any additional questions for you, okay?
Okay.
We called your boy, but he didn't answer, so we'll try him back again.
Hello?
I'm here.
Mom, somebody call me on my phone. I'm going to text him.
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect with you.
Okay.
We did get on scene already, so we are with somebody down. I don't know if they found your son yet or not.
Okay, 'cause you said you will be at AP Wireless.
Okay, I think they went and looked for him and didn't see him, but I will let them know again so they can try to find him, okay? So if you get
All
any
right.
more information, if you talk to him and, you know, if you get a hold of him, tell him to stay where he's at and then just let us know where he's at so we can go to him, okay? I don't want him to
Okay.
walk up on anything and, you know, obviously
Yeah.
it's a violent thing, but okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Flores, just a few more questions for you very briefly.
Okay.
Just to confirm, the phone call that we just listened to from the person that said that she was Linda Montoya, that came in at 1:46 p.m.?
Correct.
And then the first phone call that we listened to from the person that identified himself as Isaac Apodaca, that came in at 1:52 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. If we may just approach real quick.
Come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Flores.
Good morning.
Do you need any water or anything?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. How long have you been working for the RECC?
Since February of 2012.
And you had stated that you were an actual operator for a while?
Correct.
How long did you do that?
I still do it. I'm just a supervisor as well. I'm sorry, what was the question one more time?
How long were you an actual operator?
Oh, I'm still an operator, so
And what kind
14
of
years.
14 years?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you have to do that?
There's a state academy that I went to for 2 weeks, and it's like an in-house training.
Okay. And the in-house trainings with Santa Fe?
That is correct.
And how long is that in-house training?
Typically about 9 months to a year. Mine was about 9 months.
And so you learn, I'm guessing, quite a bit on how to, I guess, interpret phone calls?
Correct.
And do you learn basically that, well, why don't you describe for the jurors what a computer-aided dispatch is?
So it's just a system that we enter information into just to better help us get information from the caller to the officers or the responders.
And what is the difference between the CAD, i.e. the computer-aided dispatch, and what we just heard?
So the CAD is written information, and what we just heard was an audio recording.
And when you get the timings from this audio recording, how do you get them? Do you get them from the CAD or from the audio recording itself?
From the audio recording itself.
Okay. And when you admitted exhibits 1 and 2, you were aware that those times, those were the times that the phone calls came in?
Yes.
Okay. And during your experience as a 911 operator, I'm guessing that you get a lot of different phone calls for one incident, especially a murder?
Correct.
And do you have to then, at that point in time, figure out who was calling about what and assign the same number to any certain phone call?
What do you mean by number? Like the,
Well, when you get a phone call, for instance, in this case, was this case assigned a CAD number as soon as the first phone call came in?
that is correct, yes.
And then after subsequent phone calls came in, did they get the same CAD number?
To my knowledge, so they can be linked together. So if there happens to be two, they could have been linked together. In this particular case, I'm not sure if that was the case or if it was all entered into one.
Okay. But either way, whenever you get a phone call about an incident that happens, they all end up linked together in one way or another.
Correct.
Kind of like putting the pieces of a puzzle together.
Correct.
Okay, in this particular case, the first phone call came in at, what, 13:46 hours?
Correct.
And that was from Linda Montoya?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know who Linda Montoya is?
Like personally, no.
Okay. Could you tell who it was from the phone call?
No. What do you mean? Other than her giving her name, no.
Okay. And could you tell if she was related to the second phone call? Or the second phone caller?
Yes.
How so?
I was actually the one that tried to call Isaac the second time, so I made the connection that way when he called back. I didn't speak with him when he called back, but I was the person that attempted to call him.
Okay. So when we were listening to Isaac's phone call, it sounded like he was calling back, right?
That's correct.
And so what you're saying is you were the person who initially tried to call him, and that's why he was calling back?
That is correct.
Okay, and why were you trying to call him?
Just to get more information about what it was that happened.
And that information was given to you by whom?
The first call taker that received it, Amanda, when she asked for the number, she had asked that I call him.
Okay. And at that time, did you know that the initial caller was the mother of the person you were calling?
Yes.
Okay. And how long do you think, if you can recall, how long do you think the total amount of time these phone calls took?
I'd say the first one maybe from about 10 minutes, and the second maybe 8.
Okay. But they kind of overlapped, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say that, Isaac was on the phone with his mom while his mom was on the phone with you guys.
Correct.
Okay. So 10 and 8, so about 18 minutes?
Yes.
You think? Okay. Now, during that 18 minutes, it appears that the officers did find Mr. Apodaca, right?
Correct.
And they found him at the AP Wireless?
Correct.
And they also found what appeared to be a murder scene?
Correct.
And do you recall if they identified a Lonnie McCauley?
Yes.
Do you recall if they identified a Kiara McCauley?
Yes.
And with regard to Ms. Montoya's call, again, a location was found, and that was the location on Jaguar?
I'm sorry, that was regards to who?
With regard to Ms. Montoya's call?
Yes.
And that was the Jaguar address was located?
Correct.
As well as Mr. Apodaca was located through that phone call as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Montoya gave a description of his clothing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And also during the course of that phone call, it was
Actually,
possible.
no, I'm sorry. I don't believe that Miss Montoya had. I think that he had given his own
So Ms.
description. He gave I think that she had said that she didn't remember what he was wearing, but she gave a description of his height and his hair.
Okay, so Ms. Montoya gave a height and hair color, like an overall
Yeah,
description.
correct. Yeah, no,
And
it's
then-
fine, but yes.
And then Mr. Apodaca gave a description of what he was wearing.
Correct.
Yeah. And that's partially for his safety, right? So it doesn't get, when the police show up, they know who they're looking for.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, and do you have any records of Kiara McCauley contacting the Santa Fe Police Department?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you have any records of Kiara McCauley contacting the RECC?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
How about Alani McCauley?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Both Santa Fe and RECC?
Correct.
And do you know who those people are?
I know who Kiara is. I don't know who Lonnie is.
Okay, but,
No, like personally, no.
okay. But you didn't get a phone, there's no record of a phone call from her, from Kiara?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Sorry, counsel, what time frame are you talking about?
During the course of the phone calls that came in between 1 p.m. on this date and 2 p.m. on this date?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And with regard to Lonnie McCauley, there's no record of Lonnie McCauley calling in during that time, right?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So during this time frame, there's no record of J.R. McCauley calling and accusing Isaac Apodaca of killing anybody,
To my knowledge, no.
or accusing Isaac Apodaca of forcing her to kill anybody.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Give me just 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is there any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness released?
The state would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. Sir, you're going to be reserved. The attorneys will be in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back for testimony. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and don't seek out any information or view anything about the trial until you're notified whether or not you need to come back.
Okay.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning break. It'll probably be about 10 or 15 minutes. Take your notes with you, and then we'll call you back in as soon as we're ready to get started. We'll work up until the lunch hour, maybe, depending on the witness, go a little bit into the lunch hour. I do have a hearing in a separate case that I have to conduct at 1 o'clock. So your lunch break, whenever it starts, probably have you come back about 1:15 or 1:30 after that, after our lunch break. If you'd please go with the bailiff.
All rise.
The issue again of media access, so let's do this in two parts. Looks like we have fewer people than we did when we started, and we had physical limitations on where to put the video camera. I don't know how many folks are going to be here. I see a lot of counsel and people from the district attorney's office that are present. And I know we have technical support from the district attorney's office up here.
Your Honor, essentially the whole second row is friends or family of Grace Jennings.
Okay.
We'll ask to keep that full row reserved for them if possible.
Okay, what I'm going to do is two things. One is I'm going to move the camera back over. They're having difficulty not getting images of the witnesses and had problems during openings. I had to limit counsel's ability to move in the well during openings because of the camera angle. So I'm going to move him back over to from my perspective, the left side of the room. That means we're going to have to move, you're going to have to move over. We're going to take the chairs out of over here and we'll leave you one next to the jury box and let you set up over there, okay? Problem is people come in and talk to you and come in and talk to counsel. And so you can't have conversations next to those two jurors on the end, okay? The other issue is the issue and the request, and taking me some time to review. I went and read 23-107 while we've been sitting here. The state made a request that the media couldn't photograph the family of the alleged victim. I don't believe, with what I have on the record, that that's prohibited, Ms. Murphy. There's no argument, and as far as I know, there's not been any threats or anything. I know it's inconvenient. I know it's not necessarily palatable to show the grief of the family during the trial, but I'll give you an opportunity to make additional argument, and then we'll talk about what can and cannot happen and where.
May I please confer with the victim's family before
Go
I do
ahead.
so? Thank you.
Be off the record for a second. Ms. Murphy.
Your Honor, we would renew our request that the victim and the family, as they sit in the gallery and are in the courthouse, not be filmed or photographed. As the next of kin of Grace Jennings, they have a right to a degree of privacy and dignity, as if they can stand in the shoes of the victim. Speaking to Grace's mom, they continue to articulate that they are terrified. They've had private information leaked out in the course of this case through a variety of sources. They've had to move. Additional coverage of their presence frankly is a terrifying thing for them, and a distraction from their ability to sit here and listen to the evidence as members of the public and as victims. I understand the position, and I respect, of course, the position of the New Mexican, and I would be more inclined to concur if they were presenting evidence or speaking to the court, giving a victim impact statement even. But as they sit here as members of the general public, we would ask that they not be broadcast or published during the course of the trial.
It was the New Mexican that brought this up, and you read a statement. I'm not sure I heard most of it, I believe, not all of it, but if you'd like to reread the statement, and then I'll make a ruling. And if there's anything else you'd like to say. And you'll have to speak real loud so that we can get your voice on the recording.
Sorry, I will. I was a little nervous the first time. I don't have much else to add, as this is some language I was provided by my editor after we had a similar request in another case. Just one moment, please. Before the court makes a ruling, I'd like the opportunity to confer with counsel.
Hold on a second. Can you hear? Yeah, we're going to need to have you come up to a microphone. Angel's not here to bring the portable one to you. And I'll just have you, if you just project from there and state your name for the record so that we've got a record.
Peter Haywood with the Santa Fe, New Mexican. Before the court makes a ruling, I'd like the opportunity to confer with counsel. I understand the New Mexico Supreme Court has specifically authorized the media to photograph and record court proceedings, as outlined in Supreme Court Rule 23-0107. I want to ensure my rights under this rule are upheld, as well as my rights under the First Amendment.
Okay. Anything else from counsel?
No, I mean, at this point, it sounds like they're not asking to actually be able to film. They're asking to confer with counsel. I think they should confer with counsel.
If you want to have that conversation, Ms. Haywood.
Beg your pardon?
Do you want to have that conversation? The beginning of the statement you read said you'd like to confer with counsel.
Certainly.
So if you'd like to take some time, we'll go off the record and let you all use one of the attorney-client rooms in the back. If there's no agreement, then come back and the court will address the issue.
Oh, I understood it as the New Mexican wanted to consult with counsel for the New Mexican, not as that they wanted to confer with.
I don't know what that means. When you wanted to confer with counsel, I don't know if that's your news outlets, legal counsel, or with counsel that's part of the case.
I see how it could be ambiguous. I was just told to say this if it comes up again. I'll probably have to confer with my editor, but I'm happy to also confer with the state.
Let's take a recess.
Generally, we do this.
I'll let you make a call. Let's take a recess. I'll let you talk to your editor, and then we'll come back on the record before we bring the jury back in.
All right, thank you.
During the break, we're going to move the camera over. You're going to have to move over, and then we'll take this up before we bring the jury back in.
Okay, thank you.
We're off the record. Record, we reconvene outside the hearing in presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. We were going to go back and address the issue of the request by the New Mexican to potentially photograph family members during the trial. Anything else from the New Mexican? Were you able to get in touch with your editor?
Yes, Your Honor, we would just stand by the law that our right to protect it. This is a public space. As you said, public seating. This is a public building. Everything in here is protected, and as Your Honor rightly found, I don't see anything in the statute cited by Ms. Murphy that prohibits us. So I would also like to point out that the family has called a vigil and invited us to it to take place later this afternoon, so it doesn't seem appropriate that they should be allowed to say if, when, and where we should take photographs. This is nothing personal against them or anyone else in this case. This is just, we don't want a bad precedent to be set. This is a public building. We're going about our business like we always do.
Ms. Murphy, anything else?
No, Your Honor, the news of the vigil is news to me.
Okay. There is both a First Amendment right that our Supreme Court has given us a rule on that the court does have the authority to limit in appropriate circumstances, but there is no findings or anything before the court to make such a decision. We did talk about earlier the one family member that is potentially a witness. That person would be allowed to be photographed, but there is no prohibition. We just ask the news outlets to act kindly towards the family, but you have a right. This is a public hearing. The defendant is entitled to a public trial, and there is a public interest in anything that happens in an official proceeding. So there is no prohibition.
Thanks for recognizing that, Your Honor.
The court did receive, and counsel, I'll just read them a jury question. I'll just read it into the record. They seem to be a procedural. It says question for the judge. A is, could we get a designation of what the charges require? So those are the instructions that they'll get at the end. The second one is will we be able to revisit evidence at the end, question mark? Will it be the actual recording or a written transcript? So let's take them in order. Any input, concerns about the first question? Could we get a definition of what the charges require? Ms. Murphy?
I think answering the question for them now of at the end of the case, they get instructions from the court that will contain all of the elements of the crime is fine. That way it's not lingering for them.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any input?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give them that instruction when they come back in. The second question, will we be able to revisit the evidence at the end? And will there be an actual recording or a written transcript? The technical answer is that there is no formal transcript that's produced at this stage of the trial. That would have to be reviewed potentially on appeal for a transcript for the reviewing court. There is a recording made, and they do have access to that, and we always give them the admonition to be as specific as possible as to what they want to hear, so they don't simply just re-listen to the entire trial. But any other input from the parties with respect to a response from the court on that issue?
I think explaining that anything that is admitted goes back with them, and they'll have full access to that. And that theoretically, yes, that they can they can access the recording, but we strongly encourage them to pay attention and try and avoid needing to do that.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. If I'm to understand the question correctly, they're asking if they can review the record of the trial, or are they reviewing
I'll just read it to you. Will we be able to revisit evidence at the end?
Yes.
And then that's a question mark, and then the next statement, will it be the actual recording or a written transcript? So that's a clarification of what they meant by evidence. It's not the photographs or physical evidence or whatever else. They're talking about what they're hearing, is the way I interpret that message.
That makes sense, and I agree with the state on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're gonna call our jury back on in and continue. We'll go for about an hour or so. Who's the next witness?
So, Your Honor, the next witness will actually be a defense witness. We're agreeing that the defense can call Kiana Aguilar out of order. The rationale behind this was the difficulty in obtaining her previously and that we had to use arrest warrants and whatnot. So by stipulation of the parties, we're going to allow an out-of-order witness with the court's permission.
Counsel, would you like for me to make any statement that we often do it out of sequence because of scheduling issues or something to that effect?
I'm okay with that. I've never done this quite like this, but I'm totally okay with it.
Happens all the time.
Please.
But my understanding is that she appeared on the defense's witness list and not on the state's after the interview, or is she on both?
Yeah, I think she's on both. We had her under a subpoena as well.
But my understanding is you're going to conduct direct examination and then you'll do cross. So I'm going to describe it that way, that we're taking her out of order and that defense will conduct the direct examination and the state across.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Let's have him back in.
Just once. My internet to connect.
All rise.
Got an empty one on the end. Need you to make your way all the way down, sir.
You gotta come back to that, yeah.
Thank you all. You may be seated in the courtroom. We are back on the record with the jury, counsel, and Mr. Apodaca, all present. We've done a little bit of reorganizing in the courtroom to make things work, hopefully a little more efficiently. Had a question over the break, which was really two questions, which were really more procedural questions. So I'm just going to read them to you because I know the author knows what these are, but not everyone in the jury panel. And the first one is, could we get a designation of what the charges require? I think what that's referring to is what we call an elements instruction, which is the actual requirements the state would have to prove as part of its case in chief. You get those instructions at the end of the case. So at this point of the case, we're in the testimony evidence phase. Once that's completed and the parties have had the opportunity to develop all of those things, the court will give you its instructions of the law, read those to you, and then you'll have physical copies of those to take back to the jury room with you while you deliberate. The second question is, again, kind of a process question. Will we be able to revisit evidence at the end, question mark? Will it be actual recording or written transcript? There is no official transcript that's being created as the trial goes on. There is an official recording that is being made. And if there is testimony that you want to hear again during your deliberations, you'll have access to that. And I'll tell you this again at the end of the, when you go back to deliberate, if you have that kind of request, we ask you to be very specific about what it is you want to hear. Otherwise, you'll have to re-listen to the entire trial to find it. So we try and find that for you, and that way we call you back into the courtroom, play it, and then you go back and continue your deliberations. So would ask you to pay close attention to the testimony as it's been being presented, and also if you're taking notes, to keep copy on your notes as to the issues you might be interested in if the testimony is not clear to you. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do is we'll continue with testimony. Sometimes during a trial, we have to take witnesses out of order for scheduling reasons. There's other reasons as well. So we're going to call the next witness in. Mr. Nair is going to conduct for the defense the direct examination, and then the state will conduct a cross-examination. Counsel, who's the next witness?
Defense calls Kiana Aguilar.
Ms. Aguilar, if she would come in, please. If you'll come all the way up here where the bailiff is, please, ma'am. Good morning. If you face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury? I'm sorry, I need to get your voice on the recording. Thank you. Please have a seat. I know this is kind of an unusual, stressful environment. It is for everyone. What I need to make sure you know is that everything that we do has to be recorded, so I need to get your voice on the recording. Okay? And so if you're speaking too low, I might ask you to speak up. Also, when you're being asked questions by the attorneys, make sure you understand what they're asking you. And if it's not clear, just say something, and they can clarify the question. Okay? If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for us, please.
Kiana Aguilar, K-E-I-A-N-N-A-A-G-U-I-L-A-R.
Can the jury hear her? Okay. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. You take the first question. For me, where do you currently reside, Ms. Aguilar?
Los Alamos.
Okay. And how long have you known Kiara McCulley?
5-6 years maybe.
5-6 years? Okay. How did you first meet her?
I was working at Subway here in Santa Fe, and her and Isaac walked in and got a sandwich from me, and she gave me her number, and we became friends.
So was Isaac with her at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you primarily spend time alone with Kiara?
No, it was usually with her and Isaac.
Okay. Was Isaac usually present?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was Isaac usually present?
Sometimes, yeah. For the most part, yes.
Okay. Where would you typically hang out with Kiara?
We would be at her mom's house, and once or twice we were at my parents' house, my mom's house.
Okay. How would you describe the nature of your friendship with Kiara?
Friends, like good friends. I don't know. We would drink together, so I don't know.
Okay.
Good friends, I guess.
Do you have any knowledge of Kiara's involvement in this particular case?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Can you answer what you know about Kiara's involvement in this case?
One night when we were drinking, she told me that she wanted to stab Grace. That's her name, right?
Okay. And when did she tell you this?
We were at her mom's house and we were drinking a little bit, so I didn't take her too serious because I thought, it was just like drunk talk, you know what I mean? And she showed me what what she wanted to use and told me what she wanted to do, and I kind of just like laughed it off because I didn't think she was serious, and yeah, like.
So did you think she was just joking around or just not?
Yeah, I thought she was just joking around because, like I said, we were drinking, so I thought it was just her trying to vent to me a little bit, I guess, in a sense, and I didn't think she was really going to do it, though.
Okay. And did Miss McCulley drink a lot with you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I can withdraw. Okay.
Counsel, go ahead.
Okay. Where did this conversation happen?
We were at her mom's house in her bedroom.
Okay. Was Isaac present when this conversation was happening?
No.
Okay. Did Kiara ever discuss Grace with you?
Other than that one time, no, not really, no.
Okay. And approximately how long before Grace was killed did Kiara make the statements about Grace?
I want to say maybe a year.
Okay. And what specifically did Kiara tell you she wanted to do to Grace?
She just said she wanted to stab her with the like a machete looking thing, and that's kind of it.
Okay. Did Kiara explain to you why she wanted to hurt Grace?
Yeah, she said that her and Isaac used to date or something, and she was kind of a little bit jealous, I guess.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was jealous about?
No, just that she was jealous.
What was your, did you observe Isaac and Kiara's relationship together?
Yeah.
Okay, and how would you describe their relationship?
Toxic.
Okay. Did you believe that Kiara was manipulative?
Objection, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Is everything you've testified to so far based on what Kiara personally told you?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that Kiara told you about her intentions towards Grace that you have not already discussed?
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you.
So based on your testimony, you didn't have any, Isaac had no involvement in anything that took place
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
based on her approach, Judge.
Counsel, you may proceed.
1 second, Judge. Did Kiana ever show you anything?
Yeah, she showed me a couple different things.
What did she show you?
She made like a metal ball. I don't know. It was weird. And she showed me the knife she wanted to use, or the blade she wanted to use, and I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay. And did you ever witness Kiara behaving violently?
No.
Okay. And did you have any personal knowledge of any mental health issues that Kiara may have had?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come up.
Did you have any discussions with Kiara about any mental health issues that she may have?
No.
Okay. One second, Judge.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Judge. Good morning, Kiana. So a couple questions. The conversation with Kiara, you stated was a year prior to the murder?
I believe so, yes. Like about a year to 6 months.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
About a year to 6 months.
And when she had that conversation with you, isn't it true that she said that she and Isaac would bring Grace to kill her?
Yes.
So can you again then give us the full context of that conversation of what Kiara told you about what she and Isaac would do?
Okay, so I think we were in her room, or we were either in her room or on her front porch, sitting on the swing. I can't remember. I was intoxicated at the time, but she said that her and Isaac were gonna text Grace and have her come over, and like everything was fine and they were friends again, and she was gonna have Isaac text her and tell her to come over and spend the night, and that's when she was gonna kill her.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Redirect, counsel.
Yes, Judge. So, it's correct, that did Kiara say that she was going to have Isaac bring Grace over that night?
Yeah.
Okay. So she didn't say that they had already planned anything. She said she was going to have Isaac bring Grace over that night, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. One second. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is this witness released?
We'd like to reserve her.
Okay.
The state will reserve under their subpoena as well, Judge.
So you're being held in what we call reserve. That means you may be recalled to testify later in the trial. So you can't, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, and don't seek out any information or, about the trial or the incident, okay? And the attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you have to come back or not.
Okay.
But you're free to step down for now. Go ahead. Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state. Mr. Long.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Alejandro Arroyo.
Sir, I'm going to place you under oath. If you'll face me and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
My name is Officer Alejandro Arroyo. First name Alejandro. Last name Arroyo, Arrrooyo.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Santa Fe.
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Santa Fe?
Just about 11 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
I do not.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And is that location in the city and county of Santa Fe?
Yes, it is.
State of New Mexico?
Yes, sir.
When you first arrived at that location, were there any other officers present?
I was the first one on scene, I believe.
Okay. And after you arrived, did any other officers arrive pretty quickly after that?
Yes, they did.
Who?
Officer Francisco Alvarado and Officer Manuel Romero.
All right. Now, without saying why you were out there, did you take up a position sort of before you went to the house?
Yes, due to the call information, I withdrew my police department issued handgun and carefully started, I guess, in my head trying to come up with a game plan on how to approach the house.
Okay. And when you approached the house, were you approaching the front of the house?
Initially, yes.
Okay. Did you eventually head towards the back of the house?
Yes.
And did you eventually head into the backyard?
Yes.
And once you headed to the backyard, did you actually tell another officer to kick in a door?
No, it was another officer did.
At some point, did you receive information that a possible crime occurred in a garage?
Yes.
Did you see a garage at that location?
Yes, there was a detached garage on the back side of the house.
Okay. And when you say a detached garage, you mean that it wasn't connected to the house?
Correct.
When you first arrived and sort of were trying to get your bearings with the scene and occupants of the house, was there any confusion as to whether you were at the right location?
We were very confused. It seemed like we were at the wrong place initially.
Okay. And then did you eventually confirm the address with the homeowner?
Correct.
And at any point, did you try to get into the garage?
One of the officers did, and then I asked for keys.
Okay. And did you get keys?
I did.
Once you were provided with keys to that garage, what did you do?
Once I got the keys, I opened the door.
All right. And I want you to think back to opening that door and tell the jury what, if anything, you saw at that point.
I immediately saw what I perceived to be a body, a motionless body, dark-skinned female with acrylic nails. I remember one of her knees had a really significant large gash to her knee. The room was cluttered. It was disgusting, I would say. Cat feces, blood everywhere, and a large sword to the right of the entrance of the garage.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, when you enter a scene like that and you see something like that, are you supposed to maybe clear the scene to make sure that, you know, if there's, check to see if there's anyone else in there, check to see, you know, if that person's alive? Are you supposed to do any of that sort of stuff?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
No.
Why weren't you able to do that?
Like I said earlier, it was just super cluttered, messy, blood everywhere. I didn't want to really step in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you able, or did you attempt to provide any life-saving measures?
I did not. I think medics rolled up pretty soon after that.
Okay. And did you see whether the medics attempted to provide any life-saving measures?
Yes.
Okay. Now, officer, do you, are you part of any special unit or group of individuals with Santa Fe Police Department?
I'm assigned to the K-9 unit.
Okay, and so do you actually have a K-9 that is kind of your partner?
Yes.
All right. Do you also typically wear like a body-worn camera?
Yes, I do.
All right, and where does that body-worn camera typically, where do you put that on your uniform?
Usually on my chest area.
Okay. And if you are having interactions with the public, are you supposed to turn that camera on?
Yes.
All right. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a camera on?
I did.
And do you know if your camera was recording?
It was.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3. I want you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
And is there a signature and date on that?
Yes, it's my signature and today's date.
Okay. And did you put that signature and date on that after you reviewed the contents of that?
Yes.
And are the contents of that recording, of that disc, is that a fair and accurate recording from your body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection to States 3?
No objection, sir.
States 3 is admitted without objection. Mr. Long?
Permission to publish?
Yes. Is there graphic scenes on this?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
And Judge, I may need some technical assistance briefly, if that's okay.
Come on up.
So,
I just get that there. Drag it across the screen.
oh, there we go. It's easy.
Yes, sir. Whoops. It's gonna be a little laggy on that side.
Thank you, Brian. Now, Officer Arroyo, I would like for you to read for the jury what the numbers up in the right-hand corner are.
22, 10, 29.
And what does that signify?
The date.
All right, and then the next set of numbers.
13:51, 49 seconds.
All right, and what does that signify?
Time.
All right. And is that military time?
Yes.
All right. That officer that's in front of you that looks like is approaching, who is that?
I think it's Officer Alvarado.
At that point, it looks like you were just handed a key. Why is your gun out?
I just don't know what could be behind that door. Gotta be ready.
So, officer, it looks as if you've just slightly entered the garage. Is that about as far as that you could go in?
Yes.
Now, the individuals that we saw arrive that don't have badges and guns, do you know who those individuals were?
Not by name.
Do you know what agency they were with?
The fire department, City of Santa Fe Fire Department.
And I asked you a little bit about, you went, just sort of just inside the doorway of the garage. Why couldn't you walk any further?
I don't know why I didn't go in, honestly. I think I was just grossed out.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you remember, you said that you saw a body. Do you remember where that body was located?
Right by the door.
Okay. You said that her body was right by the door. Do you remember, was she seated? Was she lying down? Was she on the floor? Was she on a bed?
If I remember correctly, she was kind of like seated on the floor, her knees kind of up. And what really caught my attention is her head was, instead of like just being slouched over, it was like further down to her chest.
Officer, did you eventually conduct a security sweep of the main residence?
Yes.
What is a security sweep?
Just to make sure no one's inside the residence hiding, as we were going to secure the residence for a search warrant.
Okay. Do you remember if anything or anyone else was found inside the residence?
No.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
Has my signature and the date that I wrote on it.
And what is the date?
7/8/26.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of more body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objection to 4?
No objection, Your Honor.
Permission to publish.
It's admitted without objection.
And I'm
Mr. Long?
going to go ahead and collect both of those back. Permission to approach.
Yep. So while he's queuing this up, ladies and gentlemen, when you deliberate, you'll be provided a clean laptop with a disc player if you want to watch any of these videos. Before you start playing that, counsel, pause it.
Sorry.
Counsel, would you approach, please?
Before I get this clip positioned correctly, does your body-worn camera record audio as well?
Yes, it does.
And has that been the one change from today is that the audio is not there?
Correct.
Okay, officer, just very briefly, and we're back at with Exhibit 4, we're at 0 seconds, and so the video itself is not playing, but we're able to sort of see, oops, now it is. We're able to see some of the individuals on scene. Can you identify some of those individuals for the jury?
Yes.
So the individual that is on the far right-hand side of that screen, who is that individual?
That's now Lieutenant Roberto Rodriguez.
Okay. And the individual that is sort of in the middle, do you know who that is?
Officer Francisco Alvarado.
Okay, and then the person that is seated on the left-hand side of the screen, do you know who that is?
Lanny McCauley.
All right. And we did see an individual in the prior clip, and that is in State's Exhibit number 3. We saw an individual go away in handcuffs. Do you know who that individual was?
Kiara McCauley.
All right. And at any point during that day, October 29th, 2022, did you have any contact with Isaac Apodaca?
No.
As part of your investigation, did you go in and try to talk to neighbors to see if they had seen or heard anything?
Yes.
Right. And did they provide any useful information to you?
No.
Did you eventually make it back to the Santa Fe Police Department station?
I did.
And when you arrived at the police station, did you escort anyone inside?
I did.
Do you remember who you escorted inside?
I don't remember her name.
Do you remember if she had any relation to this case?
I think she was the mother of the victim.
And a few minutes later, did you come into contact with Isaac Apodaca's mother?
Yes.
And was her name Linda Montoya?
I believe so.
Do you remember where that contact was made?
At the front entrance to the police department.
And what, if anything, did you tell her?
I think I just told them I didn't have any information for them at the time, and to wait in their car until detectives came out and reached out to them.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
At this point, I pass the witness.
Cross-examination? Yes, sir. We'll finish up with this witness and then we'll take our lunch break.
All right, officer, so you,
Sorry, so that's, they're not up, but that's number 3 and that's number 4.
okay, thank you. Officer Royal, good morning.
Good morning.
You responded to the scene at 5941 Jaguar Drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you approached, do you approach the residence with other officers?
Yes.
Would that have been Officers Alvarado and Romero?
Yes.
Okay. And Officer Alvarado stated he observed a female walk into the residence from a detached garage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Officer Alvarado kicked the door open to gain entry?
He began to, yes.
Okay. And there were 2 females at the door when that occurred, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been Lainey McCulley and Kiara McCulley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that there was no that Isaac was not there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then initially, Lainey McCulley had appeared not to understand, or both Lainey and Kiara McCulley appeared to not understand what was happening?
Yeah.
Okay. And dispatch then confirmed the incident occurred in the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And Lainey stated, well, let me back up. And the garage was locked when you approached it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, you had to kick the door open, correct?
Not to the garage.
Okay. But to the house?
To the house initially.
Okay. And when you opened the garage door, you immediately noticed the deceased female?
Correct.
Okay. And you observed a large sword on the dresser or table inside the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not witness the actual incident, correct?
No.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of how Grace Jennings had died?
Just what dispatch had told us.
Okay. And you don't know exactly who was present when she had died?
No.
Okay. And you conducted a security sweep of the main residence with Officer Alvarado, correct?
Yes.
So it's safe to say that you did a pretty comprehensive search of that residence?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, all right. And again, you found no one else in that main residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's be clear. Isaac Apodaca was not present at 5941 Jaguar Drive on that day, correct?
No, not when I was there.
Okay. You had so you who escorted Laney McCulley to the Santa Fe Police Department?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay.
The victim's mother.
Yeah. Okay, the victim's mother. And the neighbor had stated that she had not seen anything unusual, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from your understanding and your involvement in this case, Isaac was cooperative, correct?
From my understanding, yeah.
Okay. It was Linda who had called 911?
I don't know who called 911.
Okay. And Isaac had waited for police?
I believe he waited down the street, yes.
Okay. And Kiara was not cooperative, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. 1 second. Describe how Kiara was looked when you arrived.
She and her mom both were, I guess, what appeared shocked that we were there, kicking the door in.
Okay. Kiara was wet, correct?
I don't remember.
You
I didn't really interact with her.
Okay. Based on your observation, did it look like Kiara had recently showered?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. You observed bloody clothing in the residence?
I didn't, no.
Okay, you didn't. Okay. Did you observe whether she had changed her clothes?
I don't know, no.
Okay. Based on your training experience, do you know whether evidence could have possibly been destroyed?
Objection, foundation.
I can rephrase that.
Sustained.
Do you know of any evidence that was possibly destroyed?
I do not.
Okay. 1 second here. You had interactions with Linda Montoya?
Just briefly at the police department.
Okay. And she was cooperative?
Yeah.
Okay. And no one at the scene that you arrived at had called 911, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So neither Kiara McCulley or Laney McCulley had called 911.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Officer, just to be clear, did you kick in the door or did another officer kick in the door?
Another officer.
And you stated on cross-examination that both Kiara McCulley and Lanny McCulley looked shocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you remember Lanny McCulley's reaction when she was told that there was a body in the garage?
She was surprised.
Nothing further.
Is this witness released?
The state will reserve him for rebuttal.
Reserve, Judge, thank you.
Okay. So you're being reserved. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Don't seek out any information or discuss the case with anyone else. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to be recalled for additional testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our noon break at this time. It's about 10 after, and as I mentioned to you this morning, I have to conduct a hearing right at 1 o'clock. So if you would return about a quarter after 1, and we'll try and get started as close to 1:30 as we can. Take your notes with you. We'll lock them up in the jury room during the lunch break. Again, don't seek out any information about the case. Don't discuss any of the testimony with anyone. And as you know, we can't start until everyone is back. So if you need to go run and do something during the lunch break, please do it right away and be back at a quarter after. Okay.
All rise.
All right, counsel, we're in recess. If you need anything, take it with you. We're going to lock the doors to the courtroom. I have a video hearing. I think it's video. Video hearing right at 1 o'clock. We'll open the doors and let you back in. And we'll need to bring Mr. Apodaca back up. Make sure he gets lunch downstairs. Okay. We're in recess and off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
He said they're gonna lock it, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you all. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back on the record. We continue in the state's case in chief. Counsel, who's your next witness?
Francisco Alvarado, Your Honor.
You'd have him come in, please.
Sure. Down the hall. He's en route, Your Honor.
I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Francisco Alvarado, last name Alvarado.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning. Afternoon, sorry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a detective,
With what agency or department?
Santa Fe Police Department.
How long have you been with SFPD?
September will be 6 years.
And you said you're a detective?
Correct.
Prior to becoming a detective, what was your rank?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. And what was your rank and assignment in October of 2022?
I was a patrol officer assigned to day shift.
Patrol officer in which shift?
Day shift.
Day shift. Okay. And what are the hours for day shift?
It's 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
What is the general scope and duty of a patrol officer?
The usual respond to calls for service, traffic stops, welfare checks. Pretty much anytime someone calls in to dispatch, patrol is the first ones on scene, or proactive patrols such as encounters, again, traffic stops, personal contacts, pretty much being a cop.
Being a cop, all right. On October 29th of 2022, did you respond to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
I did.
And what was the nature of the call for the response?
That initial call was labeled as an ambulance assist.
Okay. And did that information change as you were en route?
I believe not.
Approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
I believe the call was I arrived there about 1:45 p.m.
And when you arrived, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
I was wearing it, but it was not on.
What do you mean it wasn't on?
It was dead.
It was dead?
It was dead, yes.
Okay, can you explain that to the jury?
It's towards the end of the shift. We had a busy shift. My camera was operating through the whole morning, afternoon. It ran out of battery.
Did you intend for it to run out of battery?
Oh, no.
Okay. Who did you arrive on scene at 5941 Jaguar Drive with?
With K-9 Officer Alejandro Arroyo and now Detective Manuel Romero.
And once you arrived on scene, how did you begin to approach that house?
We met at the front of the house, and then we split up. K-9 Officer Arroyo went to the right of the house. I went towards the left of the house, considered more or less the east side of the house, and I approached towards a wooden gate.
Why were you approaching towards the wooden gate?
To see if I see anything, based on the call for service, if I see anyone screaming, yelling, pretty much cover more area. He takes the right side, I take the left, and we go on from there.
Okay. And as you approach that left side of the building, the gate... As you approach that left side of the building,
and the gate, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a female coming out of a detached garage from the residence.
Do you recall what the female was wearing?
Black pajama pants with some designs and a black t-shirt.
Okay. From the time, did you see her as she was leaving the garage, halfway to the house, at the house? Where en route was she?
She was en route from the detached garage onto the main residence.
Okay.
Probably, I wouldn't be able to say approximately how many feet, but enough to where I could see her path.
Okay. When you saw her, what did you do?
I yelled contact.
What does that mean to yell contact?
It tells other officers that I came in contact with somebody. So usually they'll bring their attention towards me, or if I yell contact, most people will react contact, they look at you and they'll stop, and then we'll continue announcements from there, like police do not move, or stop what you're doing, so on and so on.
Okay. After you yelled contact to your colleagues, what did you do?
Why I yelled contact, and this female she made eye contact with me, but she did not stop. She kept walking into the residence.
Okay. Go ahead.
I hop over the gate.
Once you hopped over the gate into the backyard area, what did you do, or what did you see?
I went to the backyard of the residence, went to the back towards the main residence, and I looked at the doorknob, and that's when I observed what appeared to be blood on the doorknob.
Okay. And based on that observation, what did you do?
I kicked the door in.
Why'd you kick the door in?
The call for service, the female just ignoring me, going to the house, blood on the doorknob. I have exigent circumstances to attempt to make entry into the residence.
Okay. Were you concerned about anyone's safety?
Yes.
Okay. After you kicked the door in, or as you're kicking the door in, I guess I should say, what happened?
A female came out yelling at me.
Okay. And can you describe whether this was an older or a younger female?
Older.
Okay. Did you eventually learn that female's name?
Lonnie.
Lonnie. And as you were kicking the door in and she began to yell at you, do you recall what she said just in the moment that you're kicking in the door and she yelled?
She pretty much asked, what was I doing?
Okay. And after did you fully kick in the door? Did they open the door? What happened next?
No, so it's a door with the glass frame, like a middle frame. So I was able to kick in the window frame, and she opened the actual door.
Okay. After she opened the door, what happened?
She's asking all these questions, and I take a step back. I explained to her the reason why we were there and the reason we were trying to kick the door in, and she was frantic. I mean, rightfully so.
Sure. And was there anyone else nearby, any other civilians nearby?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that civilian?
Behind Lonnie.
Okay. And was this a male or a female?
Female.
Can you describe that? Was that the same person that had exited the garage that you saw en route to the house when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Right. And did you learn that person's name?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
Kiara.
Okay. What, if any, action did you take with regard to Lonnie after she'd stepped out and Kiara after the door had been opened?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What, if any, action did you take once Lanny McCauley had stepped out of the house?
We pull him out of the house. At this point, communication with the call taker, the caller, I'm sorry, was no longer with dispatch. So we were kind of on a confused state of like, hey, this is over here, but we don't know exactly right now what's going on. It wasn't until the caller or someone called back into dispatch and advised us to check the garage.
Okay. And did you personally check that garage initially?
Initially, no.
Who did that initially?
K-9 Officer Arroyo and Detective Minor Romero.
Okay. At any point, did you look in that garage?
I did.
What did you observe?
A lifeless African-American female. As soon as you step into the garage door, she appeared to be sitting down with her head tilted down. And then I could see some lacerations to her. And then as I made a look to the right, I observed a sword on a dresser covered to what appeared to be blood.
Do you remember the location of any of the lacerations on the female's body that you observed?
From what I observed, they were on her arms, her knees. I didn't fully get into it. Like,
did you just kind of peek in?
I peeked in and kind of, the scene was a little intense, so I picked right back. I got out right away.
Okay. When you Going back out and talking about the two civilians that were on scene, Lanny and Kiara, did you interact with did you interact with Kiara at all?
I placed her in handcuffs. Once the body was discovered, I automatically placed her in handcuffs.
Why?
I saw her come out of that detached garage, and there was no one else in the garage, or as far as we know, in the house. So my senses was placed in handcuffs and went from there.
As you were handcuffing her or interacting with her, did you notice anything on her body?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I saw her hands covered in Band-Aids.
After she was detained, did you do anything regarding the main house?
Yes.
What'd you do?
Myself and Officer Arroyo conducted what is called a safety sweep of the main residence.
Did you notice anything when you were doing the safety sweep?
That caught my attention, yes.
What caught your attention?
The washing machine was running.
The washing machine.
Yes.
Do you remember how much time was left on that cycle?
I believe it was 15 minutes.
Thank you. After doing the safety sweep with Officer Arroyo, what did you do next?
We exited the residence, and at this point, we started arranging transport for Lonnie and Kiara back to the station, and then obviously calls were made to investigations and pretty much preserve the scene at this time.
Okay. Did you personally transport anyone?
Yes.
Who did you transport?
Lonnie.
Okay. Did you interview her during that transport?
No.
After the transport to the Santa Fe Police Department main station, did you make contact with any other individuals related to this case?
Yes.
What was the familial role of the person you made contact with?
Say it again.
Who did you make contact with?
The victim's mother.
Thank you. Did you provide any sort of notification to the victim's mother?
I did.
What was the nature of the notification?
I advised that her daughter was deceased.
A moment, Your Honor. Ask the witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your promotion. How long have you been a detective now?
Going on 4 years.
4 years?
It's been a while.
Oh, so it was, let's see, so you were a patrolman in 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And so how long were you a patrol officer?
For about 3 years.
3 years. Do they call it Field Services Bureau here in Santa Fe?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That's what we call it down in Albuquerque. So they just call it patrol here?
Patrol, yes.
Okay. When you initially got this call, is it called a dispatch? Do you get a dispatch through the computer? Did they contact you over the radio? How did they contact you?
It goes through dispatch, and then dispatch will dispatch officers available or to the scene.
Okay. And so how did you know who the caller was, if you knew?
I didn't.
You didn't know who the caller was? Okay. And when you got there, you initially approached the residence, it sounds like you said from the left side?
Yes, more or less the right term, probably the east side of the residence.
It would be the east side? And that's where the gate was located?
Yes.
And as you approached the gate, is that when you initially saw the female on the other side of the gate?
Yes.
Okay. But the gate was still between you and her?
Yes.
And it was a wooden gate?
It was a wooden gate about maybe a little over my waist.
Okay, so
it was a short gate.
You got a pretty good view of her?
Correct.
And about how far away from the detached garage was she when you saw her?
I'm sorry, say that again?
About how far away from okay, let me just go step by step. You also saw a detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And she was somewhere in between that garage and you?
Correct.
About how far away from the garage was she?
She was closer to the detached garage than to the actual residence. I wouldn't be able to tell you feet or distance from there.
Did you see her carrying anything in her hands?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. But hands, you pay attention to hands, right?
Correct.
As a police officer?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Hands kill.
Okay. And, but you don't recall seeing keys in her hands?
I don't.
All right. And I just want to talk about that lock real quick. The way the garage door locks on the outside, can you lock it without a key, or do you have to have a key?
We had to use a key to get in.
Okay.
So I believe yes.
Okay. So yes, you would have to lock it from the outside with a key.
Correct.
Okay. And so you see her heading towards the house, but I'm guessing you don't see her go in the house at this point?
No, once I jumped the gate and approached the back of the house, there was no one in the yard, so she was already inside the house.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to slowly take you there. So you see her heading to the house. You lose sight of her, is that when you jump the gate?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And the nature of the calls would cause you to jump the gate, right?
Correct.
All right. And so you get around the corner, you don't see her. And when I say get around the corner, you get around the side of the house to the
Correct.
backyard.
Yes.
Right? And then you have a full view of the whole yard.
Yes.
So the garage is to your left and the house is to your right.
Yes.
So if this is east, then that would be south and north.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see? You see blood on the door?
So I approached the back door, and there was what appeared to be smeared, dry blood on the doorknob.
Okay. And at this time, you had about 3 years of experience?
More or less, yes.
Okay. And so what did your head tell you at that point?
Call for service, call that someone had been killed at the location. I see someone that looks at me, and obviously I'm in a full marked uniform, walks away from me, goes into the house without any remarks of police being present. I see blood at the doorknob. My thought is someone dead inside or someone needing attention, medical attention inside. So my brain said, we have to get in there.
Okay. And that's why you kicked the door?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to what she was wearing at the time you saw her coming from the garage, was it different from what you saw when she came out of the house later?
No.
So it was the same clothing?
Correct.
Once you started kicking the door, you had testified that another woman came to the door. Had you ever met her before or seen her before?
No.
And you had stated that she seemed really surprised at that point in time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall what she said?
Not verbatim, but pretty much on the basis of like, what are you doing? I mean, we are kicking their back door in, so I'm sure no one likes to have their back door kicked in.
Right. I can imagine. So we saw a video earlier this morning of an officer that was actually kicking the door, and I'm guessing that was you.
A few pounds ago, yes.
A few pounds ago, okay. And so there was 2 officers standing to your right, so they would have been east of you.
Yes.
While you were kicking the door.
Yes.
All right. And you don't recall exactly what this, okay, you identified this woman later, and her name was Lonnie?
Lonnie, correct.
And you don't recall what she told you?
She was yelling at me, and it's a high stress scene, so to recall verbatim, especially my camera being dead, it's kind of hard to go back to the actual, it's been, 4 years?
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to recall verbatim what she said to me.
Okay. And when you say your camera's dead, you're talking about the body cam?
Correct.
It just ran out of batteries, or?
Yeah, it was on the whole day, so it just ran out of batteries.
Did you borrow somebody else's later on? Or?
No, I believe once I realized the significance of the investigation, I actually at some point asked Detective Romero to stay by me.
Oh.
So at least I had some kind of recording device.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to the door. It looked like, so Lonnie then comes out at that point.
Yes.
But it looked like the glass was already kind of in at that point.
Yeah, my foot got into the glass, yes.
And once she comes out, what was her demeanor like?
She was surprised. She was, like I said, she was frantic. I mean, you have cops behind you kicking your door in, so she had no idea what was going on.
And had you guys lost contact with 911 at this point in time?
At this point, I believe, yes, we tried to re-engage with dispatch and see if there's further information, and I believe that's just the information that we had.
And this Lonnie was not carrying a phone, right?
No.
Okay, and then you said another person came out behind her, that was Kiara?
Correct.
And what was Kiara's demeanor like?
Unfazed, like nothing had happened, very calm, cool, collected.
Okay, and let's go back to when you saw her walking away from the garage. What was her demeanor like there?
Unfazed.
Did you order her to stop?
I don't recall. I yelled at her. After I said contact, I can't recall exactly what I said.
So when you said contact, you were advising the other officers that you're making contact with someone?
Yes, and I yelled it. I mean, and she looked at me, and she ignored me and walked away from me.
Okay, so she made eye contact with you and then kept moving?
Yes.
All right. So she comes out, she's kind of calm, you said, and who then tried to open the garage door?
So at that point, we lost communication with dispatch. We were kind of like, well, figuring out what's going on. Dispatch advised they had someone on the line to set and advise us to check the detached garage. At that time, Lonnie was very helpful, and she gave us the keys to that detached garage. I got those keys and I handed them over to Officer Arroyo.
Okay. Do you recall where she got the keys?
I believe inside the residence.
So she went back in?
I believe so.
And is that based on reviewing your police reports? Is that just pure memory right at this point?
It's, like I said, I have my camera, so it's pure memory, and then what's on my report.
Okay. So she went back in, then came back with the key, and Arroyo is the one who opened it?
I gave the keys to Arroyo, and I stayed with Lonnie and Kiara, and Officer Arroyo and Minor Romero are the ones that made entry into that detached garage.
Okay. Now, while you were standing there with Miss or with Kiara McCauley, Miss McCauley, what was her demeanor like then?
With Kiara or?
Kiara.
She was unfazed. She was calm.
She was still calm?
Yes.
Had you cuffed her at that point?
No.
So I'm guessing you cuffed her as soon as they came out and told you what they found inside, meaning the other officers?
Yes.
And while you were cuffing her, is that when you noticed the Band-Aids?
Correct.
And how many did you notice, if you recall?
More than one for sure, but I don't recall the number.
And in your training as a detective now, have you had to investigate cases that involved stabbings?
Yes.
Is it common for the perpetrator to stab themselves by accident or cut themselves?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, 702.
Go back to the foundation for
Okay.
the question.
What kind of training have you had with regard to investigating sharp object crimes?
I was a violent crimes detective for over 2.5 years. I've investigated stabbings, shootings, homicides, all within either sharp objects, gunshots, so on and so on.
And even in when you're training at the academy in and of itself, they teach you how important it is to know and be aware of knives, right?
Yes.
In fact, I think I don't know if they still do this, but they used to just, instructors would walk around and run up on you with a knife to make sure you're paying attention, right? Do they still do that?
Not exactly, but they do some kind of knife drills and then some close distance stuff, or how fast you can close distance, how dangerous knives could be as any other weapon.
Okay. And is there any specific type of training that you take with regard to investigating sharp object crimes?
I have not.
How about when you're doing the general homicide training, does it include knives and guns?
Yes.
Okay. So how many hours do you think you've experienced either investigating or training with knives?
Probably hour-wise, I don't know, but some hours, yes.
Okay. And so based on all that training experience, is it your opinion that people do cut themselves by accident when they're engaging in criminal conduct that involves a knife?
Yes.
And do you think that might have happened here?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you saw a couple of Band-Aids on her, and then after the other two officers, that was Arroyo and Romero, they came out. Did you stay with Ms. McCauley that entire time?
No, I switched places. I can recall it was with Romero or Arroyo, and it was a very horrific scene. So it was a little. I switched with one of them to see what they meant, because all I heard one of them say, "Hey, there's a body inside." So to me, I just wanted to know what they meant by a body, because I even asked him on camera, like, "What do you mean by a body?" Once I went inside and confirmed what they meant, that's when I came out and placed Kiara in handcuffs.
Okay, were you the primary officer on this?
From the patrol side, yes.
Yes, okay. So when you're the primary, you have to make decisions like that. When somebody says there's a body, then you got to figure out what's going on?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you put her in cuffs?
Yes.
Because you have a possible homicide or whatever?
I have a dead body, yes.
Okay, and did you put Lonnie in cuffs as well, or just Kiara?
At that time, I didn't place Lonnie in handcuffs.
Okay, and tell us why you placed Kiara in handcuffs.
She's the female I saw coming out of the detached garage where a lifeless body was found.
Okay.
So to me, it gives me to believe that she came out of that garage and she has some involvement.
Okay, thank you. And so then you go back into the garage to check it out yourself?
Yes.
Right? And you had stated you saw Ms. Jennings lying on the ground, well, sitting up on the ground, right?
She was sitting in a Very tight space, yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go through those details, the gruesomeness of it. I don't think it's necessary at this point. But you did see a sword?
I did see a sword.
And can you describe that sword for the jury?
I'm not a sword guy, but it's pretty much like what you see in like in medieval movies, like, I don't know, like Lord of the Rings types things. Like, it's a large sword with the handle and like the little wings and covering what appeared to be blood. So it was, it's an actual sword.
Okay. And was the blade pointing towards you, like towards the door, or was the blade pointing away from the door?
Well, I can't recall.
And how long do you think it was?
I'm sorry, what?
How long do you think it was?
3-4 feet. It was, from what it looked to me, it was a sword. It was a large sword.
Okay. I'm not a sword guy either. That's why I'm pestering you.
Ask me about a gun, I'll tell you.
Okay. Well, we don't have any gun questions. Okay, with regard to that evidence, so you see the sword, right? But you don't touch it, right?
No.
Okay, and there's a reason for that.
Of course.
And that reason is because you don't want to mess with evidence.
Absolutely, yes.
And you know, as a patrol officer at that time, there could be fingerprints on it.
Yes.
And there could be DNA evidence on it, right?
Yes.
So you never touch it.
Never touch it.
And you don't let anybody else touch it.
No.
So wherever, and then somebody comes and collects that evidence at a later time.
Yes.
And who would that be?
Our crime scene technicians.
And they're trained to pick that stuff up properly, right?
That's their job, yes.
Okay. And when I say properly, they try not to contaminate it when they pick it up.
The way they do their training, they do their investigation a certain way, and then I don't know exactly what steps they take, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty clean.
Okay. But your job there is to make sure that that weapon is not touched and not messed with, so that it can be picked up in the shape it was found in.
Correct.
And not tampered with.
Correct.
Okay. And you had stated that there was something about a washer? You saw a washer running?
At the main house.
Oh, that was at the main house?
Correct.
And you observed that after the three of you went in to clear it?
Yes.
And where was it in the main house, if you recall?
So I just walk in, you have a main area, the living room, clutter, and then there's, I believe, a kind of like an open hallway to the left, and you look left, and you have your washer and dryer.
And you looked inside of it?
No, I didn't open it was a clear, like a clear window.
Gotcha.
I couldn't tell what was inside, just there was items inside the washer.
And was there any stuff laying around the washer?
Not that I could recall.
Did you see any blood in that area?
No.
Okay, let's go back to Kiara for just a minute. Did it appear as if she had taken a shower? Was she wet?
Yeah, it appears to me, it looked like she had just showered. Or,
Okay.
Or within the time frame.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes. We all know what it looks like when you just come out of the shower and you're clean. Like you just flush your shower. To me, it appeared that she had just flushed her shower. I'm not going to say her hair was wet or like she was dripping. It's just she was very clean. And even when I cuffed her hands were soft, like she has just, showered and taken care of herself and all those things.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, no other additional bodies were located on the residence?
No.
Okay. Did you guys secure the scene with evidence tape? Your team?
I did not. I don't know who did that.
And do you recall how much time was left on the washing machine?
About 15 minutes.
I may ask you just a few random questions here, and then I'll wrap it up, okay? Oh, you transported Lonnie McCauley over to the police station?
I did.
And did she talk to you about anything?
I believe the only thing
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's just a question. I'm not going to ask him what she said.
You can answer the question. If she did, don't repeat anything she might have said.
Yes.
Was she still mad at you?
She was calmer.
She was calmer?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and with regard to Mr. Apodaca, you know that he was taken into custody at a later time, right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did you have any keys to that garage on him?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
Establish a basis of knowledge if she does know. Objections overruled.
So during the course of this call that you went on to, did you discover any other names like Isaac Apodaca as a possible suspect in this incident?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
Speaking with detectives and other officers on scene.
Okay, so other officers were doing investigations and they shared information with you?
On the scene, yes. I was aware we split up and there was another male involved and later identified as Isaac Apodaca.
Okay, and did you find out anything else about Isaac Apodaca?
No.
Do you know who transported him?
No.
Did you go to the police station?
Yes.
Did you see him there?
I don't recall I did.
Did you ever see any keys on him?
If I didn't see him, I didn't see any keys.
Okay, that's fair. Give me just 1 second. Okay, just wanted to clear up a couple things with you, Detective. With regard to the blood, I'm not sure if we got this out clearly. There was blood on the main door to the house, right?
Appeared to be blood on the doorknob of the back door of the house.
The back door of the house?
Yes.
On the doorknob?
On the doorknob.
And what about the garage?
I didn't see any blood on the garage. Like from the door, no.
Okay. And when did you notice that your camera wasn't working?
Once I got on scene.
So how'd you figure that out? You pressed it and it didn't turn on?
Exactly.
Okay, so you weren't aware of that until you got there.
Yes.
So with some of the counties, as the officers are approaching the calls, the cameras automatically turn on. Do you use Axon or do you use a different kind?
It's Axon, yes.
So you have to physically touch it yourself?
Correct.
Okay, does it warn you when it says it's running out of juice?
I have it on stealth mode, so it doesn't make any noise or any sort of notifications, so no.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness, though, out of an abundance of caution.
You may step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state?
The state calls Manuel Romero. Was.
I'm going to place you under oath. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. And if you'd begin by introducing yourself to our jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please.
Detective Manuel Romero with the Santa Fe Police Department. First name Manuel, last name Romero.
Mr. Law.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you do for a living?
I work with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And do you have a rank?
Yes, I'm currently a detective.
All right. How long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
Just over 8 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience before that?
No.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And were you a detective on that date?
I was not. I was assigned to the day shift patrol.
And were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
I was.
When you first arrived at that location, were there other officers present?
Yes, when I first arrived at that location, I believed I was the third officer on scene.
Okay. Without saying anything that you heard from the other officers, where were you positioned with the other officers?
So I initially parked almost directly in front of the residence off of Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And were there other people around? Was there a crowd gathered, anything like that?
I don't remember seeing a crowd. I do remember seeing the other two officers that were there initially with me, Officer Alvarado and Officer Arroyo.
Okay. And as part of your job as a police officer, were you attempting to figure out what was going on?
Yes.
What were your actions to try to figure out what was going on?
Initially, try to figure out where the crime scene was the primary function that we were trying to figure out.
Okay. And did you confirm the address on the house?
Yes. So the three of us eventually made it to the back of the residence. There was some initial confusion. I contacted dispatch and requested that they clarify if we were at the correct residence.
Okay. And at some point, did you open up or did someone else open up the garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you see inside the garage?
So when the garage was opened, I saw the deceased Grace just in front of that door. So for clarification, the house and the garage, it's a detached garage. So when we got that door initially opened, I seen the deceased. At some point in time, I pushed a little bit further into the garage. It looked like it had been converted into like a makeshift bedroom. So it's very difficult to navigate trying to get all the way into the garage. But I did observe, so it had been to the right of the door. It was, I guess, a table or a dresser of some sort. I don't exactly recall. But there was a sword on that item.
Okay. Now, Detective, you said that you pushed into the garage. What do you mean by that?
Like I tried to get further into the garage.
Okay. Was there anything stopping you?
Yes. Like I said, it was converted. It appeared to be converted into like a makeshift bedroom, but there was trash, there was clothing, there was all sorts of items.
Okay. And so were those items preventing you from opening up that door all the way?
I don't recall if we could open the door all the way or not. To my recollection, the door was opened pretty wide.
Okay. Then were those items preventing you from walking all the way into the garage?
Yes. And also there was the deceased that was almost directly right there by the door as well.
Okay. Great. When, as a police officer, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do.
Okay. You don't have one on today, though, do you?
I do not.
Okay. But as a patrol officer, you typically do have a body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have your camera on?
Yes.
And do you know if your camera was recording?
It was.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
May.
So, Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Would you please take a look at this?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this.
Okay.
CD.
And when you reviewed it, after you reviewed it, did you do anything to the
Yes.
What did you do?
I initialed and dated the CD.
Okay. And other than audio being removed, is it a fair and accurate representation of some of your body-worn camera footage from that day in question?
Yes, it is.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Any objection to 5?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, 5 is admitted. Mr. Lowe?
Permission to approach and publish?
Yes.
indicate? Would you have to press a button? What do you have to do?
There's a couple ways that our body cameras will initiate. One of them is by us actually tapping the button. The other is with our lights. I'm not positive how this body camera was activated that day.
Okay. But it's actually going to record you actually driving to the scene.
Yes.
Now, noticed that your gun is drawn. Why is your gun drawn?
Due to the nature of the call.
And where on your body is your camera placed?
Typically about chest level.
Okay. So wherever your chest is pointing, then that is where your camera is pointing. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay. Now, without saying anything that anybody is saying, what is happening right now?
So at this point in time, this is part of that clarification process that I testified to, where I was contacting dispatch and ensuring that we were at the correct address.
And did the residents of the house, did they appear surprised to see police?
Yes, the mother was very surprised.
And at this point, what is happening?
The deceased is discovered in there. And then there's some communication. I think I communicate with dispatch a little bit about getting paramedics and informing them of what's going on.
Do other officers arrive on the scene?
Yes, multiple officers.
Now, without saying what anybody is saying, what is happening in this scene?
There is some discussion about how to properly clear the structure.
And when you say how to properly clear, when you say to clear the structure, what do you mean by clear it?
Yes, to get into the structure, ensure that there's nobody else, things like that.
Okay. And at this point, has another agency arrived on the scene?
Yes, those are the paramedics, firefighters with the city.
All right. And do you know if they were able to provide any life-saving measures?
I do not.
So it looks like you've switched your placement to sort of in the doorway of the main house without saying what anyone is saying, what is occurring.
Yes, I'm asking one of the residents to exit the home, and then in a short time you'll see that she's detained.
Are you able to see what is on that person's shirt?
Some writing. This is my happy place.
Okay. And do you know who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Kira McCauley.
Okay, and then the other person not with any of the agencies, do you know who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is Lanny McCauley, the mother of Kira.
What is happening here?
She's putting on shoes.
And when you say she, who do you mean?
So the mother's going to help Kira here in a bit put on her shoes.
So based on the circumstances, why is Lanny McCauley having to help Kira put shoes on?
Based off of the information and the deceased that was just located, all this coupled together, we had reason to believe that Kira was involved.
Okay. so were handcuffs placed on her?
Yes.
And until she was someplace secure, were those handcuffs going to come off?
Yes. Once we arrived at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. At this point, are you or anyone else asking any questions of Lanny McCulley or Kira McCulley?
At this point in time, no. I think the only conversation that I may have had with her would been obtaining her personal information, either here or a little bit later.
And what's happening? What happened right there?
I was directing her outside of the property back to the front where my vehicle was so that I could seat her in there.
So I want to talk a little bit about the procedure that you take before you put someone into your vehicle. Do you pat them down or do you frisk them?
Yes. So I believe there was 2 initial times where I did like a quick pat search of her. I would pull her out of my vehicle at a later point in this video and completely check her person for anything once we're getting ready to get transported.
Okay. And did you find anything on her person?
I don't recall finding anything on her.
If you had found anything on her person, would you have let her keep it or would you have confiscated it?
It depends on what it was. If it was like personal effects, say ID wallet, typically we'll take possession of it, but then we will book them into the jail with it and they'll get it at a later time.
Okay. And at this point, are you taking down identifying information from Kiara McCulley?
Yes, this is what I had spoken to about gathering her identifying information.
So did you eventually take Kiara McCulley to the police station?
Yes, I transported her myself.
All right. Did you have any contact at all with anyone by the name of Isaac Apodaca that day?
I recall seeing him at the police department. I don't think we had any conversation or anything.
Once you got to the police station with Kiara McCulley, what, if anything, did you do with her?
Yes, we have a holding cell. I placed her in the holding cell, turned on the camera for that holding cell. And then sometime later, when detectives requested to interview her, then I escorted her up to one of our interview rooms.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 6. Please take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It is another CD that I also reviewed.
Okay. And in your review of it, is that absent the audio, is that a fair and accurate representation of more of your body-worn camera footage from October 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit number 6 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
6 is admitted without objection. Counsel, if you'd approach before we go on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a question that probably a number of you have been wondering about, but we got from a juror. The question is, why has the body of the body cam footage been removed? Evidentiary rules. We've heard the statement hearsay. Hearsay is defined as an out-of-court statement that is offered to prove the truth of something, okay? There's a lot of conversation. You can see the conversation going on. Unlike what you can observe directly, those statements coming from the officers are their impressions, their conclusions about things that may or may not even be accurate. And so the language has been removed. You're able to view what the officers were viewing because that is relevant evidence for you to consider. But their statements and other information that they may or may not have. You've heard questions here about what was known at the time the officers arrived. Again, that's just what information they had that they were operating under. Again, it may or may not have been completely accurate. But with respect to the actual video, the audio that's on the video, that is why it has been redacted, as the rules of evidence apply to that evidence as well as everything else that happens in court. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to approach the witness?
You may. And this is 6?
This is 6.
Okay, go ahead.
So where is this occurring right now that we're watching?
This is us arriving at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. And without saying what, if anything, she may have said, what was Miss McCulley's demeanor when you were taking her to the police station?
She seemed relatively calm.
And where is she headed right now?
This is the holding cell at the Santa Fe Police Department.
And what are you doing right here?
This is the camera view from inside the holding cell, so I'm just logging into the system to start the recording.
And as a common practice for you, at least, when someone goes into the holding cell, for you to turn on that recorder?
Yes.
And is the holding cell, is that audio and video, or is it just video?
It's both.
All right. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
You, when did you become a detective?
I was promoted approximately 3 years ago. Actually in the role, maybe a year and a half.
Okay. So at the time of this incident, you were a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Alvarado was promoted as well, right?
Yes.
Was everybody promoted that day?
I think he was promoted sometime before me.
Oh, okay. Well, congratulations on the promotion. I just had a couple quick questions I wanted to clear up. When you, it looks like you were the third person who went through that gate. Am I correct in that, or were you the second?
No, I believe I was the third.
Did you ever lay eyes on Miss McCulley before she went into her house?
I did not.
So the only one who saw her, to your knowledge, would be Alvarado?
I believe so.
Okay. Were you aware at the time that you went through that gate, were you aware that he had seen somebody?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I believe he verbalized it.
And in what way?
I think he just said, hey, somebody went back into the house.
Okay. If you hear something like that and you start going into the backyard at that point, do you expect to see someone there?
Did I expect to see someone
Yes.
there? Based off of his statement, no, he said they had gone back to the house.
Okay. All right. So you were advised at that point that that person had gone back to the house?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider that fleeing?
Would I consider that fleeing?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a very complex question. Just based off of that alone, maybe not.
Okay. And when you're walking, well, let me ask you, what kind of training do you have with regards to, are you DRE qualified or DUI qualified?
I'm qualified to do DWIs. I am not qualified as a DRE.
Okay. And a DRE is what?
A drug recognition expert. It takes a lot more training.
Okay. Well, when you were walking with Miss McCauley to the police car, did you notice any signs of intoxication?
In terms of alcohol, I did not smell alcohol on her person.
Okay, and you had said that you're not DRE qualified. Is there a time where you understand that you need a DRE expert to help you out with something?
Yeah, absolutely. There's times where they would be relevant.
Okay, so would you have needed a DRE person in this particular instance?
That did not cross my mind. I'm not sure where I would need them.
All right. And I think you had said that you made contact, or at least you saw Isaac Apodaca at the police department, correct?
Yeah, I believe I saw him at some point.
But you never saw him at the scene?
I did not.
Now, with regard to when you entered the scene, Alvarado starts kicking the door. What was the demeanor of the person on the other side of the door?
Shocked.
And when she came out, it's our understanding that she gave you guys the keys to open the garage door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see where she got them?
The keys?
Yes.
I did not see where she grabbed them from.
And was it just one key, or was it on a keychain, or?
That I don't recall.
Okay. And that door, do you know how it unlocks?
I did not unlock that door.
You didn't unlock that door yourself?
I did not.
So it was the guy with it looked like he was wearing a green uniform.
Yes.
He was the one who unlocked it?
Yes.
What was his name?
Alejandro.
Oh, that's
Arroyo?
Arroyo? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and this is 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
This was, and it's on October 29th of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to that key after the garage door was open?
I do not know.
And you had mentioned during your direct testimony that the garage door had been converted into a bedroom. Is that right?
That's what it appeared to be to me.
And so when they convert something into a bedroom, where's the garage door itself? Is it just closed off?
I don't think so. I think the garage door was still on the other side, like the actual, I believe.
The other side of the room from where the entrance was?
Yes, this was just a standard door where I actually made entrance.
Okay. Now, with regard to making that entrance, you had said that it was a little bit difficult to push the door open. Is that correct?
I said when I tried to go in there, there was just a lot of stuff in the room, making it difficult to actually walk into that garage.
Okay, and so when you say walk in, I'm trying to differentiate between pushing the door open itself, getting it open, or just being able to walk into the garage. Are you saying that it was hard to walk into the garage because of clutter?
Yes, our intention, or my intention, was to walk into the garage.
And it wasn't the door that blocked you, it was just the clutter?
There was just a lot of stuff.
Okay. But the door opened itself?
Yes, the door was open.
Okay. And was it open wide enough for Ms. McCauley to walk through it?
I believe that even I was able to walk a little bit into the garage, but then of course, because of all the stuff, it limited my ability to go further in.
Yeah, when you say stuff, you're talking about the stuff on the ground or all the stuff you wear?
No, all the stuff that was in there, their personal effects.
And did you see that sword?
I did.
And can you describe it for the jury?
I don't remember exactly what it looks like. I would estimate that it's probably about 4 feet long with a standard handle.
Okay, and you didn't touch it either, right?
I did not.
And you do that to preserve evidence?
What's that?
You don't touch evidence so that it's preserved properly?
Yes.
And did you, at some point in time, you cleared that house, right?
The main residence?
Yes, sir.
I never went into the main residence, to my recollection. I ended up leaving with Miss McCauley.
Okay, so they made entrance into the main residence after you walked away?
I believe it was after I left.
All right. And after you brought Miss McCauley to the police department, you had stated that you checked her a couple times before you put her in your unit?
I actually check her prior to transporting her to the police department.
And then after you get her out of your unit, do you then check your unit?
Typically, yes.
Do you recall if you did that in this case?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And what kind of, when Miss, so did you identify the woman who actually gave you guys the keys?
I don't know if she provided her information to myself or another officer.
Do you recall her name?
Yes.
What is it?
Lanny
McCauley?
McCauley.
And was she pretty excited? Her demeanor, what was she like?
When we got there and her door was being kicked in, she was, I don't know how to describe, maybe alarmed. She seemed shocked at what was happening.
And did she make any statements to you while she was under those emotions?
She was asking what we were doing and why her door was being kicked in.
And after she came out of the house, was she still alarmed?
Yes, absolutely.
And did she say anything to you at that point in time while she was under the influence of those emotions?
She was asking questions. I remember we had informed her that there was a crime scene. Nobody was to go back into the main residence or the garage. And she had inquired as to why.
Do you remember the words she used?
I don't remember them verbatim, but I did inform her that there was a deceased individual in there, and she seemed surprised by that. And she essentially repeated what I had said, was there's a dead body in there.
And did she tell you anything about somebody's having spent the night before?
That was a conversation that I had observed between her and Kiara.
Okay. So you just overheard that?
Yes, that was a conversation that I overheard between the two.
Okay. And on that video that we were watching, that was your body cam, correct?
Yes.
And it looked like now Detective Alvarado was pointing at Miss McCauley's hands. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was he pointing at, if you know?
She had some bandages on her hands.
Did you see how many bandages she had on her hand?
I don't remember the number. I did remember seeing the bandages on her hands.
But more than one?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. During any of this time, did Kiara ever tell you that Isaac Apodaca made her kill this young lady?
Hearsay.
Can I rephrase it, Your Honor?
Objection sustained in that form. Go ahead.
During any of the time when, well, I guess, was Kiara ever at a point where she was excited?
I don't know if I would classify her emotions as excited. She's, like I said, she seemed relatively calm.
And that was during the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Lonnie? Did she make any mention as to who might have done this while she was under the influence of those emotions?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there ever, well, did you ever arrest Lonnie McCauley?
Did I? I never arrested her, no.
Okay. So she was never a suspect?
No, not to my knowledge.
Kiara was the only suspect you had at that time?
Yes.
And later on, Mr. Apodaca became a suspect?
That was due to an investigation that was beyond my scope at the time.
Okay.
Kiara was a suspect at that time based off of what the knowledge I had at that time.
And you didn't see Mr. Apodaca at the scene, right?
I did not.
Okay. May I have just a second, Your Honor? May I have just a second, Your Honor? Thank you. And if you can remember, do you remember what Ms. McCauley's behavior was like while she was in the holding cell?
That I don't remember.
Did you stand there and watch her, or did you have to walk away and do paperwork?
Typically, that's what we do, and then we have a screen, so look here and there just to monitor her. But I probably was doing paperwork at the time.
So you just monitor and make sure nothing's going on?
Yeah, briefly checking in and out.
And you didn't see anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. That's a pretty complicated system. You're very tech savvy, by the way. But thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Nothing on redirect, but we will reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, which means the attorneys may recall you later in the trial. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information from any source about what has been testified to or about the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess at this time. If you'd probably about 15 minutes. If you'd go back with the bailiff, take your notes with you, and we'll call you back in and continue with evidence. In recess.
All right.
Outside the hearing and presence of the jury, anything before we go off the record for our break?
Judge, very briefly, the next witness that the state is planning on calling is going to be Linda Montoya. She is the defendant's mother. She is going to essentially, based on my limited questions to her, confirm a phone call from the defendant early on in the morning, the phone call from the defendant, then her phone call to 911, and then I have 11 DVDs that she has authenticated as to voice, as to her voice and the defendant's voice. Those phone calls are jail phone calls. They've been disclosed to defense, but just so everyone is aware, it is coming out that the defendant is in custody.
With regard to those subjects, counsel, any concerns or issues?
Judge, I mean, I would judge just based on, I think because, we worked hard to make sure that the jury doesn't know that he's in custody. I think it's prejudicial, and that prejudicial value outweighs the probative nature of those calls, Your Honor, so I would object to those being introduced.
We've taken steps to make sure he's in street clothes and that he's comes and enters the courtroom not in cuffs or anything like that. With respect to I don't know the content of these phone calls, so let's have that conversation. Everyone, you can have a seat, please. Okay. With respect to the communications on those calls, Mr. Long, what's its relevance to the issues?
It will be drastically trimmed down, and so I think some of the discussion or the what we're looking for is going to be, it's all going to be relevant to the case. It's all going to be relevant to things that he has said, things that he is claiming, all of that type of stuff. We are not planning on getting into any of the content with Ms. Montoya today. It would actually be the analysis or the actual publication of that content would be through Sergeant Behill. So today is just simply her authenticating that it is her voice and his voice, and that the last four digits of her phone number are certain four numbers.
So, Judge, if there's a way we can get it in without having to make, without the voice tell system and all that, making the jury understand that he's in custody. I've been waiting for the state to send me the exact recordings that they're going to be using, but I think anything to do with him being in custody, I think should be redacted, and if the state can introduce that through another means, then I think that can eliminate the prejudicial nature.
And maybe if I can just offer a suggestion that I can just get out through her that they're recorded calls. We will not mention that he's in jail, and then I think that might deal with any of the concern from defense.
And has she listened to these? I'm assuming she has.
She has listened to them. She's confirmed that they are her voice and his voice.
And they're not going to be offered?
Today?
Through her?
Through her, no. Absolutely not. We were just, she is simply, well, we're going to move them into evidence through her as to what they are, but we aren't planning on publishing them today. I will actually, I can get defense exactly the portions that we are planning on introducing so that they can, get those objections. But that, I think, at soonest is going to be Friday when we would do that. So I can get them to him probably later tonight.
Thank you.
Hold on, listen. I'm going to have a couple questions, and I'll let you respond and voice any other concerns you have. Are there transcripts of those pieces, of those, you said there's 11 conversations?
There's 11 conversations. I think probably the longest one, all of the phone calls they're 14 minutes, or about 14 minutes, 20 seconds, something like that. I would say the longest portion is probably going to be about 2 minutes, so there's just going to be a chunk within the phone call, and within each one of those 11 that we're planning on using.
And you don't have, again, I'm trying to evaluate the probative nature as opposed to the prejudicial effect. A couple of things possible, but it doesn't sound like the groundwork has been done. One is you could stipulate, the parties could stipulate. If you're not going to stipulate, then we have to talk about how, if they are introduced, we remove as much of the negative inference because the conversations are taking place while he's in custody. So usually at the beginning of every one of those calls is the axon, not axon, but the, I forget who the vendor is now that has says that this is a call from a, detention facility.
And the state's plan was to remove all of that and literally just have the the audio of the relevant portions. And so, I mean, we're not going to have the conversation on the dogs or what we had for breakfast, any of that. It's just going to be the relevant portions.
Okay, and again, the relevant portion, since I don't know what that content is, I don't know what it's relevant to.
I can briefly go over some of them. So in one of them, the defendant says that the text message, the verbiage, the wordage, or how I used it, most texts don't match the same way I text these. They said it was a willful act to commit, but they are seriously doubting that I was part of it. Another one is the day which everything happened, I told her that I didn't think anything was going to happen. Another one, she, meaning Kiara, is trying to switch up the story to say that I helped her. I did not help her. They said there were text messages, but they weren't even mine. If you were able to see the text messages, you would be able to tell that this is so-and-so. This is Kiara talking. It's just messed up that I'm dealing with a situation that she got me involved in. I have nightmares about what she did. The next one, I didn't plan. I don't get how I'm suddenly involved with this whole planning situation. The next one, well, that morning I just felt that something bad was going to happen, and that's why I called y'all to pick me up. I was trying to contact everybody on Facebook to help, but nobody responded back. And so I think that is literally, I believe, five out of the 11. So I think, as everyone can see, they are very, very truncated. And so, that is, as I said, 5 of the 11 think they are, I would say they are clearly relevant, clearly admissible under admission by a party opponent. So I think what we need to deal with is essentially the prejudice issue.
And again, just to make sure I'm clear and repeating back to you, what I understand is that she would testify to or acknowledge that she's had communication with him post-incident, and that these statements come from those recorded conversations.
Yes.
Okay. Counsel?
I mean, Judge, I think, and my concern, and you hit it on the head as far as like in the beginning of those calls, they always say, you know, this is a call from Global Telelink or whatever, right? I mean,
My understanding is all that's going to be redacted out.
if that's redacted out, I mean, also we'd have to, you know, still concerned. I mean, I think they could bring that in maybe through testimony, but I mean, I would have to then reserve this one time and recall her to possibly explain the content of what was said, to provide context of what was going on in those calls, because this is unique, because they're bringing in, they're just authenticating these through her, and I think they're calling her now because they're concerned. I don't know where they're calling her now, but there's going to be a delay before they're introduced, and I'm going to have to, depending on how things play out, I would have to recall her in defense's case in chief to provide context to what was being said.
Okay. So every piece of evidence is prejudicial in some form or other. The question under our rule is whether or not it's unduly prejudicial and whether or not that prejudice outweighs its probative value. Given what's been represented in the court, I find that it hasn't. You do have to redact out any automated statements or anything to indicate that the conversation is taking place with Mr. Apodaca in custody. The witnesses also need to be directed that they're not to volunteer that. If somehow that comes out, then we have different issues we need to address. And you were allowed to reserve those kinds of questions for your case in chief, counsel, if you don't want to do it as part of just getting those authenticated now in the state's case in chief, and you want to call her back after they're introduced or as part of your case, that's appropriate. Any need for additional direction or clarification, Mr. Long?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
For the defense?
One second. Now, Amy, let's just handle this. Amy, these jurors may overthink, and I'm concerned that people think, why would they're going to wonder why the conversation just recorded. I'm just concerned that this could open up, go down a road.
I agree there's a potential risk there, but I mean, if there is a statement or if there is something on one of the recordings that identifies that he's in custody, then we'll have that conversation at that point in time. But the mere chance that it might happen until that comes to fruition, if it ever happens at all, is not a basis to exclude at this point.
I'll have to hear that, and sometimes I think there's also background noise and echoes and things that could sound like it's coming from a holding cell.
You have these, right? You have all these calls?
I have all that, but I'm still waiting for what.
Do you have what's redacted, Mr. Long?
They are not redacted yet. That will happen later on today. I actually do. I have the text written out, and so I can trim that down even further so that he knows exactly which calls they're coming from, the minutes that we're planning on clipping out.
And with respect to the witness to be able to identify the voice, how are you going to do that?
So she will confirm that, so she's listened to all 11 of the disc. She will then confirm that it is her voice on one end, and that it is her son's, Isaac Apodaca's voice on the other end. That's it.
That's all she's going to do?
That's it.
Okay.
And I'll have, I really want to have a cross. I'll just have one statement that I reserve her.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Anything else?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. Got about 5-10 minutes for a quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue. We're off the record.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Let's go, we're back on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. Yes, counsel?
Mr. Nair and I've been talking, is there any way that between, in the mornings when people congregate or lunches and all that, could the jury congregate somewhere else other than outside the courtroom? It's so difficult with the different categories of witnesses we're wrangling. There's a lot of people that we're having to separate. I mean, there's just between the parties, there's 7 of us that kind of keep getting trapped kind of amongst the crowd of jurors. Is there anywhere else they could wait for the sessions?
And Judge, also, when we go to that little office, it says public defender on there.
Right.
So then the jury kind of knows.
Yeah, no, I offered you the office back here, and the state has one. I mean, they have the district attorney's office down there as well. But if you need a space, we can find you space in the building. That's the most convenient, is the little room right behind you there. I'll try and figure out where we can send them to. I don't want to send them to DeVargas Park because they may end up as witnesses for a few other cases. I've seen hand-to-hand buys happen outside of my window looking at DeVargas Park. So it's right across from the adult probation and parole office, if you don't know. I'll think about it. The closest walking distance, so there's not a whole lot of shade, but there's a couple of tables next to the Veterans Memorial at the Bataan building.
Or even just if they could meet in the morning in like the jury selection room and then all come up in mass when it's time to bring them up.
I think we have grand jury tomorrow, don't we?
No.
Thought it was last week.
I know I swore in a bunch of deputy AGs yesterday.
Oh, there might be they may have requested a special session.
I don't know. I know I swore in about 7 or 8 yesterday.
What? Okay.
If there's nothing down there, then the grand jury room, and then there's that outdoor little patio off to the side. And they can't see out of that patio to the DA's office or into the major plaza.
Or even just on that same spot, but on the second floor, kind of, because they're all just gathering right here. So maybe.
Second floor's got the same windows facing your office.
That part's okay. It's just that when we're all waiting to get let into the courtroom or what have you, we're all just kind of in that bottlenecking with the jurors right here. I don't mind if they see us going to.
We'll work on it.
Thank you so much.
And Judge,
anything else?
I had a proposal in regards to the jail audios. We still have concerns about jury being a wind of it, or believing that Mr. Apodaca is in custody. We would stipulate, we would agree to the state being able to bring in those statements to the detective. If there's hearsay issues or whatever, we would stipulate to that, if that as an alternative to those recordings actually being played.
That's why I asked earlier if there was a transcript.
And I think, Judge, when we can run it through Axon, and Axon will create a transcript. I think, again, there are going to be very, very limited sections of that. I mean, I would say, the most that for one clip is going to be probably 10% of that actual audio. And I do think that it is very important that they hear the defendant's voice on those recordings, as well as in, I apologize, hear his voice in the interview with Sergeant V. Hill.
I don't know what the probative value of the defendant's voice is, Judge. I mean, if we're going to agree that they could bring in the statements to the detective, then I think that is sufficient.
Because I think the statements aren't going to get the inflections. If we're just, if the detective or sergeant is actually just reading those statements, they're not going. The jury is not going to be able to make a determination on the veracity, on the truthfulness of those statements through the detective. They need to be able to evaluate those statements on their own and compare those.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because we could do this for another half hour. Is the The actual audio going to be played through the detective when he testifies?
Yes.
Or, okay. And that's not going to be until
Friday.
or Monday? Okay. So we have a whole day.
I think Friday.
Do the redactions, provide them to counsel as they're redacted, and then I will set some time up. He says about 14 minutes total, and I'll listen to them and make sure we don't have background noise and those kinds of things that are a giveaway as to his location at the time the conversations are happening.
So it's 14 minutes. Each phone call is 14 minutes because it's a collect phone call, and I think they're probably maximizing it. We do not want to play 2.5 hours worth of GL audio.
No, I got that, but I was under the impression that all 11 added up to about 14 minutes.
Probably so, yes.
Okay, so redact out what you're going to redact out, provide it to counsel, and have a copy ready to play in court outside the presence of the jury, and we'll have this conversation again. Understand they get to decide whatever weight they want to give to any evidence they receive, so that's the other side of the coin of the concern that you have, so I want to listen to those tapes.
Understood.
And then we'll have this conversation again. If there's something on there that makes it debilitating, we'll deal with that. If we wouldn't be having the conversation if there wasn't a concern that the statements were prejudicial. It's whether or not the context in which they are made is additionally prejudicial beyond that. So we'll have that conversation. But all we're going to do today through his mother is identification that she listened or that she's aware of communication she had with her son and that those were her voice and his voice.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else, counsel? Any need for additional clarification?
Not at this time, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let's have our jury. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We continue in the state's case in chief. It's interesting watching juries over the years because they organize themselves. There are no assigned seats in the jury box, but after only about 4.5 hours today of coming in and going out, you're lining up in order pretty much where you're seated. You're free to move around in the jury box, but people get very territorial about their seats. So if you're going to move, you might want to have that conversation. We're going to continue in the state's case in chief and finish out the afternoon. And then I'll give you some closing instructions at the end of the day and talk about when to come back tomorrow. Who is the next witness for the state?
It's going to be Linda Montoya.
Ms. Montoya, if you'd come forward, please.
And Judge, I think she may need access to a plug up there.
Is there a power plug up here, Angel? I think there is.
Yes, there is, right here in this corner. Yes.
Yep, he'll give you a hand. Help her set that up before we get going. Go ahead and check it, make sure it's working okay. I'm going to place you under oath, ma'am. So if you face me and raise your right hand.
Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. So as we begin, the attorneys are going to ask you some questions. Make sure you understand the question before you answer. And if it's not clear to you what you're being asked to respond to, just say something. And
Okay.
the attorneys will make it clear.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I think we can. If, I'm going to ask you to begin by stating your name and then spelling your name for our record. Everything we do has to be recorded.
Okay, my name is Linda Louise Montoya. It's Linda. Louise Louise. Montoya is Montoya.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a son?
Yes, I do.
And what is his name?
Isaac Apodaca.
And do you see him today?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit. Black
right.
jacket, tie, pants.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you do me a favor and wave at him? Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, she has.
In October of 2022, do you know where your son was living?
He was living with Lainey McCauley and Carol McCauley.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, sometime before noon, did your son call you?
Yes, he did.
And did he ask you to do anything for him?
He asked me to call 911.
Okay. Before he called you and asked you to call 911.
He asked me to pick him up.
Okay. And what was your response to his request to come pick him up?
I asked him if he was still sick because he just had RSV. He was really sick, and I'm on oxygen, so I can't have anybody sick around me because due to my lungs. And he said yes, he was. I told him we can't pick you up, but we could take you to a motel so you could sit there and rest and then get better, and then we could come home after you're done.
Okay, great.
Getting better.
And then you mentioned that, was it maybe a few hours later that he called you and then you called 911?
Yeah, he called me. He had told me, I'm going inside to use the bathroom. I'll call you.
I'm going to go ahead and stop you right there, but he called you and then you called 911, is that correct?
I called 911.
Okay. Now, so ma'am, have you listened to some recorded phone calls today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And on those recorded phone calls, do you hear your voice?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And on those recorded phone calls, do you hear your son's voice?
Yes, I did.
All right. And
Yes.
Are the last 4 digits of your phone number 4537?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Ms. Montoya, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 7 through 17. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way up to 17, okay? Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Would you just take a look at those very, very briefly? Okay, now without saying what those are, did you sign and date each one of those discs?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Can we approach her?
Come on up. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you. And you signed and dated each one of those discs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on each one of those discs that you signed and dated, do you hear your voice?
Yes, I did.
And on each one of those discs, do you hear your son's voice?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibits 7 through 17 into evidence.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, you're not.
7 through 17 inclusive are admitted.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination at this time, counsel?
Defense has no questions. We'll reserve the witness.
Okay. You've been reserved as a witness, so you may be recalled later in the trial.
Okay.
Don't seek out any information about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't talk to any of the other witnesses. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you have to come back and testify and when that will be.
Okay.
Okay? You're free to go and step down, and Angel will help you with your concentrator.
Your Honor, permission to approach and retrieve the evidence?
Yes. Would you give him 7 through 17, Angel? Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Cesar Ornelas.
Sir, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Did you get settled there? If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please.
Yes, first name Cesar, Cesar. Last name Ornelas, Ornelas.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where do you work?
I work with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Santa Fe Police Department?
About 7.5 years now.
And what's your title?
My current title is a police detective with a criminal investigation section.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Maybe a little over 2 years now.
So on Saturday, October 29th, 2022, were you on duty?
Yes.
But you weren't a detective at that point?
Correct.
On that day, on October 29th, 2022, what division were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the patrol division as a police officer.
Okay. And were you working daytime, swing, grave?
Daytime hours.
Okay. Did you respond to a call for service on the afternoon of October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And was that in reference to a possible homicide?
Yes.
Were you dispatched to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And is that address in Santa Fe County, New Mexico?
Yes.
Would you, without saying what anyone said, would you describe for the jury what you did when you arrived?
Upon my arrival, my involvement was in security and locating the defendant at the time, during the time.
Okay. And did you head towards the back of the residence?
Yes.
All right. And once you were at the back of the residence, what, if anything, did you do?
Initially, it was security for containment, and then I attempted to conduct a welfare check in the garage.
Okay. When you talk about, I guess, security and containment, would another way to put that be to make sure nobody runs out the backyard?
Yes.
Okay. After you sort of secured that, the backyard, did you head over to a store that was just down the road?
Yes.
And was that store called AP Wireless?
Yes.
Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a body-worn camera on?
Yes.
And where was that body-worn camera placed on you?
It was in my vest or attached to the center of my chest.
Okay. And do you know if your camera was recording?
Yes.
And permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18. Would you just take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is there anything on there that you recognize?
On the city?
Yes.
My signature dated 7/8 of 2026.
Okay. And have you reviewed that, what is contained on that disc?
On this disc is my arrival.
All right. And absent the lack of audio, is that a fair and accurate? Is that a fair and accurate recording of your arrival on that day in question?
Yes.
And Judge, I think I may need to ask for some technical assistance. Pressing all the buttons and nothing is happening.
It's not in evidence.
I have to do a hard boot. Froze.
Judge, at this point, I would move State's Exhibit 18 into evidence.
Any objection to 18, counsel?
No objection from defense, Your Honor.
18 is admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
So, Detective, what are you doing right here?
I'm trying to find a way to get to the backyard. And I'm jumping the fences of the neighboring houses in order to get to the back of the residence.
Okay, so where are you right now?
This is an alleyway that leads to the back of the residence where the garage is located.
And it looks like your gun is out. Are you at a ready position?
Yes.
And when you're at a ready position, what does that mean and why are you at a ready position?
Just because we were still developing information on the call, and I wasn't sure if somebody was going to run out through the back, like I mentioned.
And what are you doing right there?
I checked the vehicle to make sure nobody else was inside. I came up to the fence, and I saw the officers in the yard.
Have you been joined by another officer in that alley?
Yes.
What officer is that?
Officer Jordan Kaiser.
What's happening right here?
I think I was trying to get to the road because we were trying to get medical personnel into the back alley, and I was just trying to be pretty much a sign to wave them in. And then also we're just canvassing with the immediate areas of that same alleyway.
What's happening in this part?
In this part, I believe that's when information came in that there was a second call coming from what we believe was another reporting person. And then I guess there was more information about the garage at this point, so I went over there to support the officers that were in the backyard.
Now, are you running? Are you walking quickly?
No, I was running right there.
Now, at this point, what, if anything, did you learn?
At this point, I learned that there was a unresponsive person in the garage right behind the door of the entryway, or that door that was open.
What are you doing there?
I'm just double checking because with the information that I knew at the time now, knowing there's an unresponsive person there, it just raises your guard up. So I just double checking that nobody else was, or I might have missed somebody in there. And then that's the medical personnel running in.
Okay. I want to talk about this location that you are headed right here. Where is this?
So this is it's like a little shopping plaza, if you want to call it that, where there's businesses there, and that's where the AP Wireless store is located, which is just a few houses down the street from the incident location.
So at this point, are you in contact with dispatch trying to get some more information?
Yes, over the radio, they're just providing information.
So when you got to AP Wireless, did you make contact with anyone?
Yes.
And who did you make contact with?
With a male defendant, Isaac Apodaca.
All right. And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please describe what he's wearing?
Just a black suit with a white shirt and a dark blue tie.
Please let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
He has.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And so, Detective, I'm going to pick up what I've given you and hand you something else. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Would you please take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And is that a recording of your encounter with Isaac Apodaca?
Yes.
And is there some audio on there?
It's
Actually, is there audio on that recording?
Yes.
Okay. And when you contacted Mr. Apodaca, did you confirm his identity?
Yes.
And did you confirm date of birth?
Yes.
All right. And is that recording on that clip, is that a fair and accurate representation of the body-worn camera footage from that day, October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 19 into evidence.
Any objection to 19?
No objection, Judge.
19 is admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Santa Fe. If you have them on the line, have them come out outside of the business. Just 48 here. Alright, stay right here. Let me look around real quick. Isaac. Yeah, there he is. He's coming out. Is that Isaac? Did you call us, bro? Here, come over here. You're good. Come here. You don't have any knives, any weapons on you?
No.
No? Just put it down for now. Just put it down. You're not in trouble, bro. Gotta make sure you don't have any weapons, okay? Here, put your hands up right here. Right here. I get it. It's good, bro. Here, for now, bro, just because it looks like your girlfriend or whoever's in there is really injured. So for now, we're gonna put you under detention, okay, until we can figure this out. You're not under arrest.
Okay.
Here, I'll put this right
What's your
here.
name? Isaac Apodaca.
Apodaca?
Yeah.
Hey, listen to me.
12/19/1996.
Listen to me, Isaac. You said you found a girl?
Yes.
Where is she at?
She's at 5941 Jaguar Drive in the garage. I walked in on.
Trying to see if we have suspect for tonight. What was she wearing? Not your girlfriend, the girl you saw that was there.
She was wearing a black sweater
Uh-huh.
and some shorts. And
Here, let's walk all the way over here, okay? Yeah. Hey, Santa Fe, do we have any additional units coming this way?
I just hung.
Hey, next one coming in, come to the AP Wireless parking lot. So I'm gonna read something to you, bro, okay? You're not under arrest, okay? Before I ask any questions, I need you to know this rights, okay? So just listen up. Okay, so just listen up. Direct 98. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to consult an attorney before speaking to the police, and you have an attorney present during questioning now or in the future. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed before you before any questions if you wish. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering until you can talk to an attorney. Knowing and understanding your rights, as I explained them to you, are you willing to answer any of my questions without an attorney present?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go over here, but let's try to get you out of sight for now because I don't want people to start, looking at you and things like that, okay?
Where are you guys parked at?
We're way over here, man. We were a little confused on what was going on. Okay, so you said there was a female because you live in the garage, right?
Yes.
You live in the garage? Okay.
Yes.
And who's in the garage? Who lives with you in the garage? Your girlfriend?
Kiara McCully.
Okay. So can you tell me how did this call transpire? How did you call us?
I walked into the garage. I walked into the garage, and when I walked into the garage, she goes, "Oh, I just did it." And I'm like,
And who was this?
Kiara McCully.
She told you that?
Very calmly and everything, blood on her hands, and
Okay.
I called my mom.
So let me ask you this, just so I can understand this correctly. The female that's in the garage right now, that's not your girlfriend.
Correct.
Your girlfriend did that to that female.
Correct.
Okay. Where's your girlfriend at? Does she have a phone number?
She has a phone number 971.
You wanna write this down real quick? Where does she live?
She lives in the main.
For that,
971 381 0111.
whose phone number is that?
That's the girlfriend, Kiara McCully.
How do you spell her name?
KIARAMCCULY.
MCCULEY?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry to keep interrupting you for, stuff. So, your girlfriend is the one that did this to this girl.
Yes.
And she's not at the house. Where does she normally go?
Beyond her not being at the house, I have no clue.
No.
She doesn't tell me.
Do you know who the girl in the garage is right now?
I know who the girl is. She's a friend of mine.
What's her name?
Her name is Grace Jennings.
Grace Jennings? Okay. Okay. Do me a favor, bro, because just so you're a little more warm. We're going to put you behind this unit, okay? Just hang out, sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you if we need to ask you more questions. Hey.
Okay. Detective, did the defendant have any weapons on him?
No.
Was the only thing that you asked him to place down on the ground, was that a cell phone?
Yes.
And then, did you then put that cell phone back into his pocket?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation that day? Were you looking for maybe surveillance video, anything like that?
No, all I did was went back, checked in with the supervisor at the time, did a little bit of more security, and then I ended up transporting Mr. Apodaca back to the station.
Okay. And in the video clip that we just watched, looks like you turned over or told Mr. Apodaca that he was going to sit in a car. Whose car was that?
It's Officer Derek Arn.
Okay. And at some point, did Officer Arn turn the defendant back over to you?
Yes.
And when Officer Arn turned the defendant back over to you, did he give you anything that he may have taken off of the defendant?
Yes, his cell phone and wallet.
Did you end up transporting the defendant to the police station?
Yes.
All right. And when you transported the defendant to the police station, did you then hand over the phone and wallet to Detective, now Sergeant V. Hill?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
And Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked State's Exhibit 20. I'm also going to pick up State's Exhibit 19 from you. Would you please take a look at State's Exhibit 20? Tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
And why do you recognize State's Exhibit 20?
Because I reviewed it 7/8 of 2026 as well. Signed it.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your body-worn camera footage from additional footage from that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 20 into evidence.
Any objection to 20?
No objection, Judge.
20 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
So, Detective, what are you doing right here?
Right there, I'm approaching Officer Arn, and right after is when we escort Mr. Apodaca from his unit into my unit.
And what are you doing right there?
He asked just to adjust the handcuffs because they were hurting his wrist. So I just adjusted them and relocked them so they wouldn't get tighter on him.
And what is happening right there?
That's where Officer Arn handed me his belongings, Mr. Apodaca's belongings.
And what were those belongings?
A cell phone and a wallet.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you, officer, were dispatched to 5941 Jaguar Drive by dispatch?
Yes.
Okay. And dispatch had told you that the female son allegedly told her that his girlfriend had killed another female with a sword.
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, officers were were attempting to make contact at the front door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the backyard to contain the area?
Yes.
And you made contact with two individuals in the backyard, correct? Or did you make any, I'm sorry, did you make any contact with anybody in the backyard?
No.
Okay. And then you went, you then located Isaac Apodaca at the AP Wireless store?
Yes.
And that was about maybe a block away? How?
Fairly about a block away.
Okay. And then you informed Isaac of what was going on, correct?
Yes, I told him what we're investigating.
Okay. And you read Isaac his Miranda rights?
Yes.
Correct. And then Isaac stated he understood his rights?
Yes.
And Isaac agreed to speak with you, correct?
Yes.
And Isaac had seemed shaken up while speaking with you?
He seemed a little, I would say, shaken up when you're surprised.
Now let's back up a little bit. Isaac was waiting for you, correct, to arrive? At the AP Wireless store?
I don't know if he was waiting for me, but he was at the AP Wireless store.
Okay. And Isaac had told you that Miss McCulley had hurt someone in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca, Isaac, walked into the garage and Kira had said, "I did it," correct?
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he said he knew Kira did this to a friend of his correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was no weapon on Isaac?
At the time when I made contact with him, no.
Okay. And Isaac didn't have the keys to the garage or any keys to any garage at the scene of the incident, correct?
The only thing I knew he had was his phone and his wallet.
Okay. And Isaac didn't resist or try to flee?
No.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of what actually happened at the scene that day, correct?
No.
Okay. And one second. One second. You didn't observe any injuries on the defendant, did you?
No.
Okay. You didn't observe any blood on the defendant, did you?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca didn't leave any blood in your car, did he?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, but we would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, so that means you may be recalled, you may not. The attorneys will be in touch with you to let you know when and if you need to come back. In the meantime, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Don't seek out any additional information about the case. But you're free to step down. We should have 20 should be the last one.
Yes.
Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Derek Arn.
Can I reapproach real quick?
Come on up. And we'll continue with the next witness. We're off the record.
All right.
The jury would go with the data, please. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record, and we continue in the state's case in chief. Mr. Long.
The state calls Derek Arn.
I'm going to place you under oath. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. If you'd begin by stating your name for the record and spelling it for us, please.
My name is Derek Arn. It's spelled D-E-R-E-K. Last name is spelled A-R-N.
All right.
Mr. Long, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you do for a living?
I'm a certified police officer with the Santa Fe Police Department.
How long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
6 years.
And on October 29th, 2022, were you on duty?
Yes.
Were you called out to 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
And did you actually make it to that address?
While I was en route, I was rerouted to the AP Wireless, just down the street from the incident location.
All right. And when you arrived at that location, were there any other officers present?
Yes.
Who?
Officer Cesar Ornelas.
And at that point, did you take custody of any person?
Isaac Apodaca was on scene with Officer Ornelas, and we escorted him to the back of my patrol unit.
Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And on October 29th, 2022, did you have a camera on?
Yes.
Where was that camera located?
It was on the front of my chest of my uniform.
All right. And was that camera operating properly?
Yes, it was activated.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Officer Arn, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 21. Would you please take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's a burned DVD disc, says with my initials, and it's also dated.
And have you reviewed the content of that disc?
Yes.
And are those contents a fair and accurate representation of some body-worn camera footage from your camera from October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And Judge, I apologize, our computer has done something again. At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 21 into evidence, and I'm going to have to do a hard reboot again.
Any objection to 21, counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, 21 is admitted.
And Judge, I apologize. Did I ask permission to publish?
Yes, you did. Permission was granted.
Thank you. And where did you just arrive?
I arrived at the AP Wireless. It's on the corner of Avenida Contenta and Jaguar Drive.
Okay. And at this point, without telling me all of the information that you have, are you trying to get up to speed?
A little bit. Here in this interaction with the defendant, he provided me with his name and also the involved individuals with their name and date of births.
Okay. All right, so I'm actually going to fast forward some of this. So we are, looks like a minute and a half in. I'm going to fast forward this to about the 6-minute mark.
Had a dagger or a knife or I don't know what it was, but it was being.
Oh, but you called her about what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also was talking to the dispatcher on the phone.
Just hang out and sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you.
You don't have any weapons on you?
I have no weapons, just my phone and my wallet.
Okay, I'm actually going to rewind this. Now, Officer Arnn, before you put somebody in your vehicle, is there a procedure that you might normally follow?
Yes, whenever someone's seated in your patrol unit, you just do a quick pat down to ensure they don't have any weapons.
Okay. And would you describe for the jury what a pat down is?
Just hang out and sit tight, okay?
All right.
And then we'll come back and we'll talk to you.
You don't have any weapons on you?
Would you just quickly describe what a pat down is?
Sure. So you're just checking the exterior of their clothing to make sure there's no weapons, firearm, handle, or a knife. Just checking the exterior of their clothing.
Thank you.
No weapons, just my phone and my wallet. It's all right.
What was your name?
Isaac Apodaca.
Isaac Apodaca. What was your date of birth?
12/19/1986.
You're the one who called it in?
My mother, she technically called it in first. Her name is Linda Montoya.
Oh, but you called her about what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also was talking to the dispatcher on the phone because she wanted to make sure I was okay.
What was your mom's name? Linda what?
Linda Montoya.
Linda Montoya. So what happened, man?
I was in the house, and then I walked in the garage, and she goes, "Hey, okay." I did it.
That's what Kiara told you?
Yes. I looked at the ground, and there was somebody there, and I didn't touch him or anything. I looked at them, and I was like, this is too traumatic for me. I do have PTSD, and I've dealt with stuff that's a lot more traumatic than this, but I'm not
I'm not okay right now because I'm freaking out.
No, it's understandable, man. I understand. So you were like already inside the house?
I was inside the house.
Like you live there, or you and your girlfriend?
Me and my girlfriend. I was inside the house, and then I walked out, and that's when she said, "Okay, I did it."
Kiara's your girlfriend, right?
I'm freaking out right now.
No, just breathe, man. Just breathe a little bit, all right?
Do you need to get checked out by meds, man?
No.
No? Okay.
You want the air or anything? Are you hot, cold?
Got this. We'll roll down the window. We'll give you a minute, all right?
Hey, Isaac, just breathe, all right? Just breathe, okay?
I don't want to be there.
No.
I was already planning on leaving today too. I have all my stuff packed up, and I wanted to go to my mom and dad's because I'm not in a good mental space on the fact that.
So, how'd you guys know, what was her name, the one that was being stabbed?
Grace.
How'd you guys know Grace Jennings?
She's a friend of mine.
A friend of yours? Is she a friend of Kiara's? Was she a friend of Kiara's or just yours?
She was a friend of Kiara's.
Both you guys?
Yes.
And did she live here or just she's hanging out with you guys?
She was just hanging out with us.
Okay.
Everything was going good, and then in the morning I started getting. And I honestly should have called you guys earlier in the morning, but I had a dagger or a knife, or I don't know what it was, but it was being placed on my lower back.
What do you mean?
Something sharp was being placed on my lower back in the morning while we were all trying to sleep. And
were the three of you sleeping in the same bed?
yes.
Hey, so as far as like, I know I asked you a couple questions, but I'm going to have the other officer that you spoke with first if he wants to ask you some more questions or anything.
All right.
As far as like the investigation, all right? So I haven't Mirandized you or anything, so well, let's take it one step at a time, all right? Just breathe, just kind of focus on your breathing.
I was going to ask if you guys are, if there's anything after this, is there a way you guys could get my stuff and then take it to my mom and dad's? The only things that I want away from there are, there's two bags. There's a pink bag. It has my laptop.
So we'll get to that point, all right? And just don't worry about it. All right, it's going to be a while anyways, because it's a crime scene right now, so I just have to stay put for now, all right? Where else could your girlfriend have gone?
I don't know.
Did she make any other statements? Like,
She wanted to go take a shower in the main house, but
where's the main house? Are you talking about this house, the main house? Like,
yeah.
not the garage?
Yes. But if she disappeared, then I don't know.
What does she look like?
Blonde hair, 5'5",
Is it natural blonde or dyed blonde?
natural blonde.
Okay. 30.
They have one.
Does she have like any tattoos or anything?
Yes.
Where?
Right arm. It's like kind of like
Right forearm?
Yeah. Kind of like the sleeve, and then on the.
Well, what's the tattoo of?
Like, I would say on my left arm, I would say runes, but they're more like just symbols.
Symbols? Alright. Is she thin build or heavier set?
Average.
Average build? Okay. Blue eyes?
Yeah.
Blue eyes?
Yes.
Officer, at some point, did you receive instructions to take Isaac Apodaca back to the Santa Fe Police Department?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to go ahead and hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22. I'm going to take 21 back from you. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit number 22? Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and it's also dated.
And do you know what is contained on that?
Body-worn footage.
All right, and is that body-worn footage a fair and accurate representation of what you saw on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection to 22?
No objection, Your Honor.
22 is admitted without objection. Go ahead, counsel.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I know the other officer pat you down real quick, but I gotta do a secondary search, right? So just turn around for me. You have anything sharp pointing in your pockets?
No.
That's all right.
I have a phone.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Move forward a little bit at the hips. You're good. Good. Have a seat.
You don't see nothing for like at least 15 minutes of data. And the things are all messed up.
Officer, for the time period that the defendant was in the back of your vehicle, was he always handcuffed?
He was.
Okay. And it looks from that video clip, it looks like you took a couple things off of his person. What did you take off of him?
His wallet and cell phone.
Right. And at some point, did you receive new instructions, and was someone else going to transport the defendant to Santa Fe Police Department?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 23. I'm going to take 22 off your hands. There you go. Would you tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit number 23?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a body-worn camera footage with my initials, and it's also dated.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of additional body-worn camera footage from October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 23 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
23 is admitted without objection. Go ahead, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So this officer's actually going to take you, all right?
Right.
So disregard my last. 318 is going to transport the mail.
You're there, I'll walk another one and walk upon you. Okay. There's the stuff. Okay.
Am I supposed to up here?
All right. Officer Arn, what did you just hand over?
So for my front passenger seat was a cell phone and the wallet, and I gave it to CSR and Ellis.
All right. Did you have any other involvement in the case?
No, just after that, I conducted perimeter security, then took control of the crime scene log.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer. Is it pronounced Arn, A-R-N?
Yeah.
Mike? Yep. Okay, I don't want to mess that up too bad. And how long have you been with Santa Fe Police Department?
For 6 years.
Okay, and do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do not.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about what Mr. Apodaca's demeanor was when you first got there. It sounds to me like you knew what the call was about when you arrived on scene. Is that true?
To an extent.
And you knew that there was a caller that was calling, and you were looking for that caller? Did that question make sense?
Not really.
Okay. There was somebody who was on dispatch telling dispatch where they were.
If I recall correctly, that was the call, like someone was calling on behalf of the son.
Okay. And then did you get word later that the son was also calling saying, I'm over here at AP Wireless?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. But when you got to AP Wireless, you met Mr. Apodaca.
Yes.
The person that was in the video. And he was cooperative with you?
He was.
He didn't resist in any way?
No.
And he didn't argue with you in any way?
No.
So everything that we saw in the video was the entire interaction?
Yes.
Okay. And when you patted him down, so it looks like you patted him down at least twice?
Twice.
So the first time you patted him down, you were just checking for weapons and you didn't remove anything at that point?
I didn't.
And then when you put him into your unit, that's when you removed stuff?
The second time.
The second time. Okay. And you took out a phone and what else?
A wallet.
Okay. But you didn't find any keys on him?
I did not.
So the first time you secured him in your unit, was he placed in handcuffs the first time?
He was placed in handcuffs prior to me arriving on scene.
Gotcha. And when you took him out of your unit to trade off with, now is it Detective Ornelas?
Correct.
Did you check the back of your vehicle for any items he may have left behind?
No.
Did you find any keys in the back of your vehicle later?
No.
And when you were checking on him, did you see any blood on him?
I don't recall seeing blood.
Did you get any blood on you after checking him?
No.
How about in your unit? Did you see any blood in your unit?
I don't recall seeing blood in my unit.
And once you transferred Mr. Apodaca over to Detective Ornelas, you went and took over the crime scene log. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is that?
So it just notates whoever's entering the scene, the crime scene. So just name and time they entered and time they left the scene.
Okay. And so about what time do you think you left the scene?
About 19:53 hours, so 7:53 p.m. is when I handed off the crime scene log to the next officer taking possession of it.
Okay. So you were out there about 5 hours altogether?
Yeah. Yes.
So we heard what he did tell you. What I'm interested in what he didn't tell you. He didn't tell you that he killed this young woman, did he?
Whatever was said in the video is what he stated, what happened.
Okay. And just to be sure, though, he never told you that he killed Miss Jennings?
Correct.
And he never told you that he told somebody to kill Miss Jennings?
Correct.
And he never told you that he manipulated somebody into killing Miss Jennings?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a second. Thank you, officer, very much for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, but we would reserve him for rebuttal.
Okay. So you're being reserved, which means don't discuss your testimony with anyone. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify. Don't seek out any other information about the case or the testimony of any other witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to step down.
Cool.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess for the evening, so some quick instructions, and then we'll let you go. First of all, leave your notes with the bailiff. If you'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30, I do have a hearing that I need to conduct before we get started, so we may already be in here going when you start arriving. The attorneys, and that's in a different case, the attorneys and I usually generally meet for a few minutes before we bring you in and begin, just to kind of organize the day to get things squared away so that we can try and present the case to you as efficiently as possible. Over the evening, the hard part, please don't have any conversations with anyone about the case. And that's difficult. Your family and friends know you've been here all day, and they want to know what happened. You can't have that conversation with anyone. A couple of reasons for that. One is I'm one of those people, example myself, that I think out loud, and I make decisions and I evaluate things as I'm talking. The instruction I gave you earlier that you're not supposed to be making up those decisions until you've heard all of the evidence and the instructions of the law, and you have that conversation together when you begin deliberating, and we're not anywhere near that phase of the trial yet. Again, the other concern is if you start talking about the case with somebody else, they may have read something or heard something or have their own theories about things and start sharing those with you. And we want to make sure that ultimately you make a decision based on the testimony you hear here in the courtroom and the instructions of law that you're going to be given. So I'll stop there. Do any of you have any questions for me before we continue? I don't see any. We'll go ahead and let you go. The bailiff will take you back. Tomorrow morning, would ask that you meet the bailiff not on the 3rd floor up here, but on the 2nd floor. Again, come all the way down the hall to the windows and meet the bailiff on the 2nd floor. Okay. Counsel and I are going to be here. We're going to be doing things in and out of the courtroom, and I don't want there to be a lot of congestion out here in front of the courtroom. So if you'll come up the elevator, get off on the 2nd floor, come all the way down to the big windows at the end of the hall. This is the northeast corner of the building, and just wait, and the bailiff will find you there, and then he'll bring you up and get you situated in the back. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Would you, if you'd go with the bailiff, please?
All rise.
You may be seated in the courtroom. We continue on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury. Are there any issues this evening before we recess?
Nothing from the state judge, thank you.
Okay.
Not from defense, Your Honor.
Okay. Question and concern, we were talking about exhibits 7 through 17. I don't know if those discs contain all 14 minutes of the conversations. So once you go through the process and review what's actually going to be potentially entered into evidence, they have to be replaced.
Yes.
Okay. And so those exhibits won't go back to the jury until they deliberate anyway, but we want to make sure that we keep track of the originals and then the substitutes if and when we get to the point where that information does indeed go back to the jury.
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to lock up for the evening. I've got a hearing before you come in, so you need to take everything with you. The monitor will stay here, make sure we have 1 through 23 in our custody. And, we'll see you in the morning. I'm not sure it's going to work throughout the trial to have them on the 2nd floor. It's very difficult because you can't get to the 3rd floor without taking an elevator, and there is no single elevator that will hold 16 jurors plus the bailiff, so we may have to figure out something else. You all may have to assemble on a different floor.
Or what about even if they all assembled, further down in one of those kind of the other little nooks further down? So it's just when we're waiting to get into the courtroom, we're not stuck right here up with them.
We'll work on it. I checked to see if there were any empty courtrooms for tomorrow, and there aren't, and we could potentially use one of the courtrooms on this floor is a staging area, but that won't work for tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll see you in the morning.
Thank you,
We're
Judge.
recessing off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
Make sure he's here and dressed out at 8:15 tomorrow morning.